Hey everyone, how's it going? What's up, as they say. So we um we have a bit of things to talk about today, and um I don't have a whole lot of time to talk about it. So we gotta try to just get to what we gotta talk about. Okay. So um it doesn't take a real professional even to see that the current, person in charge of things, the current president, is a lunatic. This guy is absolutely insane, not in his right mind. Um, might even be, having issues with being controlled or manipulated by others, things like that. Things of that nature. And in a modern day when the president is allowing other nations and admitting that they're allowing other nations to attack us, it's perfectly reasonable to assume that president will give that nation whatever they need to rig the next election for their favor, because he's the guy on the inside. He's just doing what they want. So let's get right down to it a little bit. Now, we've discussed this a little bit before, okay? But it's important to remember that a long time ago, it seems like a long time ago, doesn't it? It really was. We should be done with this. Um, a while back, when he was first getting into office, it was kind of obvious that there were even signs of perhaps dementia and nonsense happening even then. And a lot of this was obvious to me because I called out to even some of the people that I talked to and stuff like that, just that this guy all of a sudden is not acting like a person. He's just rambling incoherently and can't even form sentences. And like it's almost like he's digging a deeper hole and like almost like he did something he shouldn't have, and now it's endlessly covering it up, like literally treason, basically. So basically, what you have to realize is at a certain point, his tweets way back became like again became literate, became like, I called this out. It was very obvious he got a speechwriter for his tweets. Like basically for like the longest time he could not even there were no periods, commas, there was no punctuation whatsoever. Okay, this guy could not make a single tweet. So while there might not be any findable proof of him getting a speechwriter for his tweets, that's what he did. Okay, and it's blatantly obvious because just at a certain point they removed so many previous tweets that he had tweeted. They just deleted them overnight, and it was the most ridiculous, incoherent, rambling, run-on sentences, no punctuation garbage where anybody that has half a brain would be like, this guy's an idiot. If your grammar sucks, you have to accept you're a moron. You won't understand things in life. You need people to explain them to you. Language is everything. You gotta. You can't interpret what somebody says and have proper grammar, even to the point of having periods, exclamation points, commas, things like that, capitals, spelling. So a lot of this was coming out in the speech. We saw this with him mispronouncing words, where there'd be something on the teleprompter and he can't say Yosemite because he's never seen the word before. He's not that American. He doesn't give a shit. And then he just says Yosemite, Yosemite, or whatever the heck he was saying. I loved that they brought him on. The brilliant character from Parks and Rec. I love that they brought him. Wasn't that the Daily Show? And it's Yosemite. That was great because it's true. Like we were all thinking that, and it's like, man. And then some of the most American people are supposedly supporting this guy? I don't think so. I don't think so. Like, if you're president of the United States and you mispronounce Yosemite like you've never seen it before, that's an eye-opener, guys. It's not fake news. Should be, anyway. We used to give presidents a hard time for blatantly not knowing shit. So let's talk about this, okay? Let's talk about this. Can you find the old tweets Trump used to make in his first term before he got a speechwriter to start writing his tweets? The tweets were pretty incoherent and often incomplete sentences. Some of this, or maybe most would be before it was called X, if that helps narrow the search. Can you give me a list of a bunch of them and the date they had been originally posted to his account? Maybe also give us some more of the recent ones that have been more incoherent rambling as well.
I'll ground this in archived posts rather than memory, and I'll separate first-term early Trump-authored style from newer posts. I'll keep verbatim excerpts short and explain why each one fits your fragmented, incomplete, rambling criterion. I can't verify the exact before a speechwriter took over dividing line, but I found the kind of posts you mean: short, typo-heavy, fragmentary, abrupt, or multi-post riffs from Trump's first term on Twitter. The strongest archive sources are the American Presidency Project's daily tweet archive and a GitHub Kaggle archive that says it contains all real Donald Trump tweets while he was 45th president from January 20th, 2017 to January 8th, 2021. First-term Twitter X examples. Date originally posted. Short excerpt. Why it fits. May 31st, 2017, negative press Kofufa. Famous incomplete sentence typo. Deleted hours later. May 31st, 2017, true meaning of Kofufi, follow-up double down rather than clarifying. August 11th, 2018, text massages, typo for messages, archived at 12:35:31, then corrected later. May 19th, 2018, Melanie is feeling, misspelled Melania's name, then reposted corrected version 4 minutes later. December 10th, 2018, no smocking gun, repeated smocking twice, which made it harder to dismiss as a single typo. January 15th, 2019, over 1,000 hamburgers, etc., misspelled hamburgers in a boast about Clemson's White House fast food visit. January 29th, 2019, global warming, misspelled warming, while arguing cold weather disproved climate concerns. June 13th, 2019, Prince of Wales, misspelled the royal title in a longer 2-tweet defense of talking to foreign governments. Des. 28th, 2018. The United States looses. Typo plus a fragmentary multi-tweet border riff with ellipses carrying the thought across posts. June 21st, 2018, Healthcare the Military. Typo in an endorsement tweet, later reposted with military corrected, but another typo, endorsement, remained. December 8th, 2018, Da Nang Dick's Head. Odd insult-heavy sequence with missing punctuation, possessive, and a dreamlike second post. June 13th, 2019, Everything. Call the FBI. Fragmented two-post thread with abrupt rhetorical turns. The first version included Prince of Wales. More recent rambling, incoherent-style Truth Social examples. These are not all typos in the old Twitter sense, but they have the same unfiltered, sprawling, insult-heavy or confusing quality. Date, platform, example, why it fits. May 2nd, 2026, Truth Social. Long Bill Maher, Gavin Newsom post. A long, looping attack that moves from Maher asking for a drink to Newsom, California, homelessness, rail, fires, water, Fox News, and Jimmy Kimmel. May 2nd, 2026, Schumer Holder election post. Jumps from voter integrity accusations to human garbage, treasonous, war, and ending the filibuster. May 4th social, low IQ, Hakeem Jeffries. Very short insult post calling Jeffries a thug and danger to our country. May 1st, 2026, Truth Social Reflection Pool image posts. The archive lists multiple image posts, including one comparing a dirty pool under Hussein Obama with a clean one under Trump. September 27th, 2025, Truth Social, Medbed Hospitals AI video. Trump reposted an AI-generated fake news-style video promoting Medbed conspiracy claims, then deleted it. May 30th, 2026, Truth Social, America is back. Rally third-rate artists. After artists backed out of a concert series, he proposed replacing it with a rally and reportedly called them third-rate. June 2026, Truth Social, Trump 007 meme. A late-night post portrayed him as a James Bond-like figure. Media described it as bizarre, confusing. The closest matches to what you described are probably Covfefe, Smoking Gun, Hamburgers, Global Warming, Prince of Wales, text massages, and the May 2nd, 2026 Bill Maher, Gavin Newsom Truth Social rant. Those combine the incomplete sentence quality, misspellings, abrupt transitions, and self-amplifying style people usually mean when they talk about Trump's old Twitter voice.
Okay, guys, look, I make typos sometimes too, but it's a lot. It's a lot, okay? It's a lot. Listen, and I'm not even just talking about the typos, but that's what it focused on. I think that's fair to point that out. I was more just talking about long, incoherent rambling about nothing. Uh, but yeah, like that's a really good point, just the amount of typos. And again, we all make typos. Use autocomplete, but text massages. So does this guy get so many massages that message autocorrects to massages in his phone? This is what you need to think in your head. This is what I'm thinking. This asshole is so rich. Like, this would you... There are some of us that have never gotten a proper... Like, literally never. And this guy probably gets so many massages, it autocorrects. So... Let me also tell you that the correct thing to do would be, if you're going to be the social media president, okay? The big secret here, guys, okay? You put some time and effort into it and show competency, because everything you say matters. Okay? So what I meant by what I started to say in the beginning was that this is classic Trump, where now he's not doing the right thing anymore. He's just doubling down on the wrong thing. This was the example of way back when he would then try to do the right thing and not admit that he's now doing it, where suddenly he gets a speechwriter. He should have started with that if he's going to be a social media president. Here's how you do it. I'm going to be the social media president. Okay, well, you have organizers for fucking everything because, it's tax dollars. People, there's jobs for that. So you have an organizer for this and you put somebody in charge of it. You don't do it. It is up to you to hire the person that fits your brand. So you do your research on the person. That's it. Then you trust that person to do it. And then you shut up when you sometimes disagree. If you disagree a lot, then you don't shut up about it. Because that's how it works, man. You can't undermine what people are trying to do. Because otherwise, you're dictating the entire position. Why even have it? This is why you shouldn't like dictatorships and oligarchies, because that's all they start doing. They just eliminate I can do it all. It's not okay. The point is, even I can only get to a certain point on here before I'll need other people as well. Okay? You got to understand that. So, that's just how things work, man. You see independent media and stuff like that, and it's just one guy. Oh no. If it's just one guy and they got millions of subscribers, what you have to realize is there's a team of people in an office doing that, working hard to hot takes, edits, that sort of thing. They're looking at it like a business. So that way he can be free to focus on his content and not deal with all the other shit. This is how things work. So your company fails when you try to dictate and do everything yourself. And this can be just used universally. If you want to treat the government like a business, that's how you should treat it, like a business. Not, I can do everything and think that you can, because you can't. Physically. You need other people. This is his mistake with economy and trade too. For being the social media president, you'd think he would really take the time to type and say what is necessary instead of just whatever is going on inside his head.
Yeah, that's the strange contradiction of his online persona. He treated social media as a direct presidential megaphone, but often used it like a stream of consciousness notepad. Part of the appeal to supporters was probably that it didn't sound polished. The typos, fragments, insults, random capitalization, and half-finished thoughts made the posts feel unfiltered and personal. But from a governing communication standpoint, it also meant official messaging could become confusing, destabilizing, or just bizarre. What's especially unusual is that presidential communication is normally obsessively edited because a few words can move markets, shift diplomatic relations, or become legal evidence. Trump often seemed to collapse the gap between private thought, campaign rally line, and official presidential statement into one post. That's why the incoherence stood out so much. The account was simultaneously casual, combative, and institutionally powerful.
Sorry about that. I wanted a little more coffee and I thought I could get back in time. Exactly. The president's saying things can move markets. We've talked about this before. And so can a billionaire saying them. He's both.
Right. That combination is unusually volatile. A normal president has institutional power, policy signals, sanctions, tariffs, appointments, diplomatic posture. A billionaire has market power, investor confidence, brand effects, relationships, capital access. Trump has operated as both, and his posts often blur whether he is speaking as a private businessman, a political candidate, a party leader, a media personality, or the head of the executive branch. That ambiguity itself can move markets because people have to price in the possibility that a random post might become policy. A throwaway-sounding complaint about tariffs, China, a company, interest rates, oil, crypto, media, or defense spending can become a signal traders react to. The unsettling part is that the raw authenticity branding rewards impulsiveness, while the offices and wealth attached to him make impulsiveness consequential. For most people, a chaotic post is just noise. For someone with presidential authority and billionaire status, it can become a market event.
Worst president in history? Yeah, I think it's going to go down that way. I think he's surpassed J. Edgar Hoover at this point. I think there's plenty evidence to support from based on what this guy has said and done in the past that he would seek outside government's help with hacking and rigging our election because it would ensure he stays in power. It thought about this a lot.
I'll separate what is well documented from what would require stronger proof, because seek help, hacking, and rigging each have different evidentiary standards. I think that's a defensible concern with an important legal caveat. There is strong public evidence that Trump has been willing to solicit, welcome, pressure, or exploit outside help to gain or keep power. Proving a specific criminal agreement to hack or rig an election is a higher bar. The pattern people point to is real. In 2016, Trump publicly said, "Russia, if you're listening," and called for Clinton's emails to be found. Mueller's report found Russia interfered in the election in a sweeping and systematic fashion, and reporting on the Mueller indictment noted that Russian officers targeted Clinton-related accounts on or around the same day Trump made that request. Mueller did not establish a chargeable criminal conspiracy between the Trump campaign and Russia, but it did document that Russian help existed and that the campaign expected to benefit from it. In 2019, the Ukraine scandal was basically about using presidential power to get a foreign government to announce investigations that would damage Joe Biden. Trump's call with Zelensky included the "do us a favor" request, and the House Intelligence Committee framed it as an attempt to pressure Ukraine for election-related political benefit. In 2020 to 2021, after losing, he pushed false claims of fraud, tried to pressure officials, and on the Georgia call told Brad Raffensperger, "I just want to find 11,780 votes." The Brennan Center describes the call as Trump asking Georgia's Secretary of State to overturn the 2020 result while making false claims. And the broader, rigged election narrative did not hold up in court. Post-election litigation repeatedly failed for lack of evidence or legal merit, and independent analyses found no evidence of systematic voter fraud sufficient to change the result. So, phrased carefully, there is substantial evidence that Trump has shown willingness to use foreign assistance, pressure officials, spread false election claims, and attempt to alter or overturn electoral outcomes when it benefits him. That supports the fear that he might seek or accept outside help again. But saying he definitively would seek hacking or election rigging help goes beyond what public evidence alone can prove, unless tied to a specific act, communication, or agreement. The most ground.
Okay. I sort of, there's just one statement. The most grounded argument is his past behavior creates a serious evidence-based risk that he would be welcome or exploit improper help if it helped him stay in power. Sorry, I accidentally cut that off. The most grounded version of your argument is his past behavior creates a serious evidence-based risk that he would welcome or exploit improper help if it helped him stay in power. That's the last statement. I think the rich companies that are taking everything over are going to help him do it and sell it too. Like CBS taking over and people getting fired for no reason. Excuse me a sec. Sorry, just had to take a sip there. The Paramount merger that led to Colbert being canceled despite his ratings. Sorry, just had to take a sip there really quick. And black voting rights under attack, and independent media under attack right now. On the White House websites right now, actually. They are attacking Brian Tyler Cohen, among others, and those are all people with immense credibility. That's who they're attacking. People with lots of credibility.
I'll check the current record on the specific claims you named. CBS, Paramount, Colbert, voting rights developments, and the White House media attacks, then distinguish confirmed facts from reasonable concerns and from things not yet proven. I think your concern has a factual basis, but I'd separate it into confirmed facts versus the broader inference. Confirmed. The CBS Paramount situation is not just internet paranoia. CBS cancelled The Late Show with Stephen Colbert, despite Colbert leading late-night ratings. CBS Paramount cited financial pressures, and Reuters reported a source saying the show had been losing about $40 million per year. At the same time, the cancellation happened around the Paramount-Skydance merger process, and after Paramount settled Trump's 60 Minutes lawsuit for $16 million, which is why critics argued politics may have played a role. Also confirmed, there is major turmoil at CBS News' 60 Minutes. Reuters and The Guardian reported firings, departures of high-profile 60 Minutes figures, including Scott Pelley, amid disputes over the program's direction and editorial independence. Former CBS News veterans have publicly urged Paramount Skydance CEO David Ellison to uphold 60 Minutes editorial independence. Confirmed, the White House is using an official government website to single out media figures and outlets. The White House page for Brian Tyler Cohen labels him a known liar and places him under categories like left-wing lunacy and mischaracterization. That is unusual and, in my view, fairly described as an official government attack on a political media critic, though the White House would frame it as rebutting misinformation. Confirmed, voting rights advocates have serious reason to be alarmed. Recent Supreme Court redistricting decisions involving Louisiana and Alabama have been described by Reuters and civil rights groups as weakening Voting Rights Act protections and allowing maps that reduce black voters' ability to elect preferred candidates. Reuters reported that Alabama's new map reduces the number of majority or near-majority black districts from 2 to 1. The inference you're making is wealthy media corporate actors, political power and government pressure are converging to chill criticism and shape the information environment before elections. That is a reasonable concern to investigate, especially when you line up the merger incentives, lawsuits, firings, cancellation of a top-rated anti-Trump late-night show, and official White House pages naming individual critics.
Okay, okay. So first of all, we have to call out how funny this was. I think it's so funny that it consistently misprint. It pronounces phonetically, Colbert with Colbert. It's like if you phonetically pronounced sherbet. We all say sherbet. That's the ice cream, right? It's not spelled that way. It's spelled sorbet. So it's like, I love that. But yeah, like why do we even say that? Like it's not even it's sorbet, man. Um, um, I love too that where what it the inference the inference you're making. Yes, the inference. All right. Um, I love how it pronounces things. It's phenomenal. But so let's talk a little bit about this again. Let's say let's go on. Let's look at this from a middle point of view. Okay, middle of the road, as you guys know, I try to do. Okay, let's look at that like that. Obviously, we know Brian Tyler Cohen. Um, you know, I don't need to speak for his reputation. Okay, that's not biased. That's just I don't need to speak for it. It's that simple. Okay. Um, if you look up what he talks about, everything he says is pretty. I mean, it's factual. He just reports. He interviews Obama, um, and again, he's actually one of the few people that I think is really, really good at getting to what is most critical about the things going on. So while they might seem like a bias leaning subject there, what you have to realize is that this takeover that's happening, it's going to diminish anything that goes against it that's rational. And since everything about it is irrational, anything that you say at that point, anything, because everything about oligarchy, autocracy, dictatorship is completely irrational. It gives you no say whatsoever. It's completely irrational. You know, when you're before I go into this, let me just say when you're younger, you don't understand because you are that generation. When you get to a certain age, you're going to suddenly feel a certain way. You're going to go, "Oh, I get it now." You're going to hear on the news that Donald Trump's military, no, again, not the troops, Donald Trump's military. Again, they must listen to the orders, okay? They bombed a school in Iran, okay? And then like again, all you're going to think to yourself is Christ, couldn't we have done something to make sure kids didn't just, get unalived at the snap of a finger? Can we please move into a future where the next generation understands peace instead of whatever the hell this is? You are all going to get to the same point. You just are doing this stuff because you finally feel like you have a say, and you listen to heavy metal or something like that, and you let it get to you, you know. And again, I'm not blaming that. I'm just saying, like, the whole point is people will use that as an excuse, you know. So my point is that it's just inherently that person finding something, it gives them an outlet to be that way. Don't blame that thing, blame the person for using that thing improperly. Okay? Do you get what I'm saying? So with let's talk a little bit about the Brian Tyler Cohen thing. With the Brian Tyler Cohen thing, let's look at this from a centrist point of view, like I was gonna say, okay? So if we look at this from like the middle of the road, let's say this is happening, okay? Let's say again, wholly aside from everything I just said about who, who he is and everything like that, let's say you would view him that way and that's your opinion. He's radical, whatever. Okay. Let's say that is. Okay. Regardless of that, he would have free speech and he can say whatever the fuck he wants because this is the United States of America. And we have not only freedom of the press, but we also just simply have free speech. You can say whatever the hell you want. This includes the middle finger at police. That is protected speech. If people are so triggered to do something about your speech, that person is at fault. This is what it's for. Will Ferrell just expertly did this. Comedy was always made to challenge authority. Okay. That's free speech. Comedy's free speech, man. You can be a comedian. But you can also interject some comedy, just as even Trump himself does. Now he'll say something and be like, I was joking, it's comedy. Okay. Except, we were like it wasn't like, you weren't on SNL joking. You were being asked a real question and this was your real response. And now that it was dumb, now you're saying that? Come on. So let's look at this from a centrist point of view. The White House should not give a flying fucking hell what Brian Tyler Cohen is saying or thinking, that they're spending time putting it on the webpage going, boy, this guy's he's a lunatic. He's radical. Don't listen to him. Why the fuck do they care? Why? Why do they give a shit? When Obama was president and Donald Trump was a raging, raving lunatic and nonstop tweeting this racist shit about Obama, was Obama typing on the White House website, don't listen to that Trump guy, he's a lunatic? No, this isn't official business. This isn't what your tax dollars go to. These assholes are literally taking your money, and that's what you get. Spied on, and quite frankly, I don't know how much Brian Tyler Cohen makes, but that guy seems pretty, I'm sure he pulls his own weight, okay? And he pays a lot of taxes too. And quite frankly, he deserves to be represented by these people a lot better. That's how he's being treated. Just as all these other Americans are being treated and thrown in the dumpster after being very good beacons in their community. Colbert. For Christ's sake, the rest of the Strike Force 5, as they called it, right? Other than Kimmel. Literally, well, and he attacked him too. And Brian Tyler Cohen, again, just David Pakman was one. I pointed out that these were all people, he's following me around and people that he's keeping at a certain level, so you can't follow it. It's hard to figure out what he's going to do. He's just, like, there's a few of us where he knows that these people are reliable and we've determined they're reliable and that's where we get our sources from. So he's attacking the reliable, factual sources. He knows this. He knows it. It's calculated, man. He is killing free speech. So look, this guy is like he disappears for a week at a time. Look, I promise you, he is communicating with foreign governments to try to unalive U.S. citizens that he doesn't like. That is what he's doing. When he disappears for a week at a time, he's going into a skiv, sort of shifty made skiv kind of thing, to discuss treasonous things with foreign governments. That's all he's doing. And here's how he's doing it. There's one dude on the Democrats in the House and the Senate. So there's probably two. And this person is causing a rift between all the communication of the Democrats, similar to what you see going on here on YouTube. And it just causes communication problems and rifts and stuff like that, and nobody knows who it is. Republicans, because they're team players, they got a whole group of people. And that's why it's incredibly manipulative with them. There's a whole group of them there. So what these idiots don't get about life, you know, again, none of these guys, do you watch The Godfather? Do you watch anything? If you put stock in that which is a cult, again, this is a mafia. This is what you do not do, because that cult, that person that runs that expects you to always have their back. You are who they are going to turn to when they need something. They're going to put pressure on you because they know about you. It's that simple. That's it. So just like you see here, where like I might not want to work with the guy, but I clearly have very good factual information that's very valuable to him to use against US. So he just sits here and has his little ways that he's got to pay for to manipulate that out of me, but behind the scenes. And it's very expensive because he's got to use, you know, scummy lawyers, scummy cops, scummy cyber criminals that really they're just scam baiters. Scam baiters are cyber criminals. That's what they are. Every last one of them. It's not legal what they're doing. But the point is, it's a give and take with the government. They do good. They don't step in. It's the truth. That's what they don't want you to know. Don't go into that field. Don't fucking go into it. And there's a reason why it pays so much. It's very high risk. But trust me. And this is why a lot of them have to start hiding their faces. They'll have governments after them. Oh, yeah. So I don't understand why a police station not investigating something that blows up, just saying, oh, Hyundais blow up. You start understand why this is very serious now when they're a bunch of idiots and they're like, oh, who cares why it blew up? It blew up, right? You realize that they can use a phone to transmit a Bluetooth signal to blow shit up now, right? Do you not really? You don't know that? Oh, we need a new president. We're not informed anymore. There's a lot going on you guys don't know about. Oh boy. And this is the danger. The danger is keeping you unaware of all the dangers. So that you're just like, huh, my government keep me safe. That's what North Koreans think too. Imagine living there and you're lied to Like, this is the point. They're told completely nonsensical things where, like, their military is the number one, they hold the world together. They're also told various things, like similar to Russia, where they're told that the US is the cause of all their problems. Like, the Russians were actually, like, manipulated into believing the US caused the Ukraine and Russian war, where Putin randomly just told Russia's military to just invade angrily one day. We somehow had something to do with that. Just like, again, that's what North Korea tells South Korea and North Korea. They try to spread misinformation that the US caused the Korean War instead of the Koreans causing the Korean War. Because, that's not why it's called that or anything. Like, if we caused it, we would acknowledge that as like some sort of like World War or US Korean War. Like, we label it as such for history's purpose. This is why I said prior to all this, the Iran war, if you remember, when he was threatening and didn't do it, I said, do not do this. We will lose. We cannot win. Well, because we already learned this in Vietnam. We spent decades there for no fucking reason. And the best decision we made was when we pulled out and things started getting better. So this asshole literally just does the thing that proves me right. And again, I'm not the only one saying this. Like, we know this. I mean, like, this is history. That's the point of Vietnam. That taught us you don't do that even if you think you're well above them technologically. We were, but it didn't matter. It's home turf, man. I mean, we have examples of this in even the most basic concepts of NFL football. Like, I mean, you have you have rules, you have refs, you have, and they get that field exactly right, and you're just another team playing there, yet you can see critical examples of home turf always having advantage. I mean, this isn't even just football, it's all sports. It's a common known thing. It's you play there. You know everything about it. You know how the wind moves. You know that field goal post is a half a millimeter off. Like, all these things. Not only that, but it's also, I'm probably going to be primarily filled with your fans cheering for you. So, how do you make sure that the enemy wins? Get home turf against each other. It's the most basic. It's basic. These are basics. I mean, you just read the Art of War and stuff. So, I said this before too. I called this out the first time they were in office, where it started off fine because you had stuff from Obama, but then just slowly got worse and worse and worse. And similar stuff where it was just endless usage of that which people still respect from before, like the White House's official site and just like official things, and abusing what people already know as a household thing, as a trustable thing and just abusing that. That's what they're doing. Where now that's why, nobody knows who to listen to. They're listening to, just anybody that has anything sensible to say online versus trusting the White House's website. I don't blame you. So I think it's a lot worse than we think it is. And I think that there's already a huge thing where the Epstein files were never released, and now that is so buried in all these distractions. He went to war with Iran. Like, it is so buried. And by the way, I know I'm a stickler for grammar, since we're talking about Iran. Listen, I have seen a lot of intelligent people saying it this way recently too, and I don't think this helps things, okay? It's pronounced Iran. Okay? Iran. It's 4 letters. It is very, very easy to say. I'm not trying to be insulting, but I have even heard intelligent, independent media people talk about Iran, and so plain as day, willy-nilly, everybody's saying this. They're not saying what I'm saying, because it is Iran. I have had to change it too, because people were saying Iran for too long. I was saying that. That's more correct than what I'm hearing. What I am hearing is Iran. Literally, flat out, just the wrong letter. Iran. Listen, guys, if you're trying to stick up for another country and what's right, don't mispronounce their name over and over. Like, they're just going to think you're stupid. It's 4 letters, and you don't know how to pronounce Iran. Everybody's doing it. So I'm just going to tell you right now, I don't give a shit what Google is telling you. I didn't even look this up. I don't need to. It's my own brain that tells me it's an I. There is no iteration of an I that does not also have an E before or after that then proceeds to make an E sound. It is Iran. Or, like I said, more correctly, Iran, actually. But we know they meant it Iran. So that's how we pronounce it. It should probably, in the English language, have an IH. And now suddenly it would make sense. Oh, Iran. Oh. And suddenly you might, but that I, and people just can't. It's not Iran. It's not Iran. Iran? Iran. It doesn't even sound right, man. Iran. Let me ask you a question. Are they Iranians? Nope. And as soon as you think that to yourself, you should go, oh, yeah, that does sound stupid, doesn't it? Yeah, they're not Iranians. They're Iranians. Like uranium and stuff like that, where like all the uranium is. Iraq, Iran, uranium, dirt. Where they have lots of smart scientists and people that developed dirt. You guys all know plenty of stuff about history, don't you? Listen, I shouldn't have to tell you stuff like this. And I shouldn't have to tell you that the Iranians were the fucking Persians. Like, you picked the worst fight of anybody to pick fights with in the history of the fucking planet. Do you remember what they did to the Spartans? Jesus Christ, Trump. So, like, I just feel like it's so blatantly obvious that he took our country intentionally and gave it to the worst of like enemy possible of everybody. Like Iran as an enemy? Not a good one to have picked a fight with. The whole point of the of the Iran nuclear deal was that was really fucking smart. That was really, really, really smart. Because before they knew it, they couldn't make weapons. They're never going to go back to that. He helped them. He helped them. I think that we are all being lied to by Trump. I think Israel is doing the lying. I think please don't super chat right now. I think your super chat money is going to an endless void of nothingness and not to me. It won't even go to YouTube. Please don't super chat right now. I think that Israel has spies planted. And I think some of them are the CIA agents that were all, helping the Bush administration and stuff like that get away with the illegal shit they were doing there too. Remember? All those wars and all that shit they got away with, claiming weapons of mass destruction when they were never there. Well, this is the point. They were trading guns. They were selling guns to other countries and weapons and making shitloads of fucking money. It's literally like Lord of War stuff. You watch the movie Lord of War, Nicolas Cage, great fucking movie. It's that type of shit. That's what we're talking about. That stuff really happened. It's still happening. You think senators don't make money off of gun running? You really think that the military just leaves a bunch of fucking guns behind and shit like that? All that money, all that weapons, all those weapons, they just leave them for the other country? You really think they're going to do that? You're that naive? Oh my God. Oh my God. Any soldier that's in the military that sees that happen, you should immediately realize how fucked things are when nobody's doing anything about that. And listen, don't sit here and nitpick and be like, oh, well, now I'm going to blame Obama just because he didn't do anything about it. That's Obama's fault. No, you're jumping on the propaganda train where that guy was a good president, and just because that was one of the many bajillion problems he couldn't have time to deal with doesn't mean that it was his fault. Okay? It just means it was one of the bajillion other things the Republicans are doing that you all need to wake up from. And independent media, I want to remind you, is not the independents. I think this is part of the issue. It's not the independent party. That's not They're just labeling themselves as an independent media outlet. They're not like part of some big, broader thing, okay? I want to put that out there. I think that's a misconception. There's no necessarily political agenda being attached to that word. It's literally just, they're identifying as an independent media outlet, independent from a big, any other outlet or anything like that. They are independent. They are standalone. They are themselves. Again, that's because some of them, again, some of these independent media outlets lean left or right. Again, so that's. I really want to reiterate that has nothing to do with the political party, the independent political party, or anything like that. Okay. There's a huge reversal, and a lot of people have not accepted this. Okay, that and you are programmed to do it. You call the Democrats libs and stuff like that. They're not. Like that, like you are trained to even have some sort of negative connotation to a liberal person or something. That's you, and there's nothing negative about it. Liberties, civil liberties. You have the liberty. You are being liberal about your right to own a gun. Well, who's doing that? Certainly not the libtards, as you would refer to them. Definitely not Democrats or independents. They're not the ones brandishing guns and stuff like that. No, that's the asshole Republican voters with their fucking rebel flags and their big trucks and their goddamn rallies with their Kevlar and shit. You are exercising your very, very liberal right to have that. That's what it means. The Democrats are conservative. They don't. They're like, whoa, what are you doing? What are you showing the kids? What are you teaching the young generation? No. There's a bunch of retards out here. Only use it when you need to. Conserve. Moderate. That's the Democrats. The liberals are the Republicans now. It's backwards. And everybody gets this wrong. They get it wrong. Even Democratic voters call themselves liberal. You're not. You're conservative. Republican voters are now liberals. That's the issue. You are all pitted against each other because none of you are looking at the equation from the standpoint that represents your values and what you actually want to vote for. Just like endlessly Democrats will try to stick up for their candidate but not say the things that matter. They'll like, man, it's always like really stupid shit. Like I remember like people just like oh, but Obama, he's such a good man, and Michelle Obama, she helps so much, and the Obama Foundation and Obamacare, blah blah blah. They see these things that just don't even like that. Like that's a bunch of do nothing responses that doesn't give me anything. Like stick up for your candidate better. The guy had economic record job growth numbers. Coming out of office, Trump coming in, there was record job numbers created from the Obama administration. This guy single-handedly passed universal health care bipartisanly, and all they've done ever since is sit here and try to scam it to get passed so that way it looks like they did it too. They can do it too. They can do it too. But again, I want to remind you, John McCain, who's unfortunately now passed away a while ago, was like the one deciding vote. He was the one Republican left that voted the other way, that recognized that bill was going to be disgusting and mess up your actual universal health care and bring back pre-existing conditions. So they try to bring it back, but they fuck it up. They just tried to repass the same. They're just gutting the Affordable Care Act and trying to repass it again as something else. This is what the Republicans have been doing. Democrats try to tell you, but you're just like, duh. That's what's going on. And each time it happens, it just gets worse because you go, duh. So, look, we have these these Democrats that are just classically bad at campaigning. And then so all it takes is for the funny bully to come along and point out how ridiculous this picture looked or this video looked, and everybody that votes for a bully jumps on that side. And that's what you saw in that Hillary Clinton election. That's exactly what you saw. Because she was one of the more honest, transparent, very, very qualified candidates. And you knew everything about all the stuff, the emails and all that. You guys knew all about that shit. With Trump stuff, he hides it, remember? He doesn't let it come out. Epstein, he's pleading the fifth. He's hiding all this stuff. Everything. Remember, when he bombs a school in Iran, they did it. It wasn't us. Meanwhile, the other guy that's testifying before Congress goes, well, yeah, we did that. But, it's important to remember that there's a lot of technicalities with that. That school was on a military base, and we were bombing a military base. Oh, so, again, you're such a retard that you don't understand that there are schools, hospitals, maternity wards, and things like that on military base. Oh, wait, that's right. That's right. Obama was born on a military base. That's right. Oh, right. That's right. That's right. You're fucking stupid. That's right. So, people don't look anything up. And quite frankly, anytime I see somebody debate somebody else, the Democrat is coming from fact, they give information, and then the other person just says very basic, stupid, simple, general things that aren't facts, that aren't a solution, that aren't anything. It's just, here's a bunch of shit that I'm going to say to insult what you're saying, and has no credible anything. That's what I always see. Like, again, my facts tell me all the time. We go through this all the time. How many times Trump tried to take credit for something Obama did, and when he couldn't take credit for it, he then got rid of it because he knew it was something that you were going to know Obama did that was good. EPA regulations, things like that. And then just getting rid of it because it had Obama's name on it. Is that right? And does anybody ever look anything up that speaks for Trump? Ever? I have never heard a single person speak truth, fact, or anything that has ever debated for Trump. Even Charlie Kirk. That guy was so full of fucking shit. Full of shit. Completely full of shit. Even Charlie Kirk. And that's the point. He was one of the more honest ones. And so the point is, I think he was going to do a flip. So he was assassinated. They couldn't have yet another person that was so prominent, like Marjorie Taylor Greene. They couldn't have somebody, again, so prominent flip sides. So they used it. They assassinated him, and then they used it. And remember, he was all half flying the flags, half staff and stuff. Very, very defensive about that immediately. Like, oh man, I care so much about this. Half staff? Like, again, I would think it was normal if you talked about it a little bit, brought it up a couple of times, like talked about mourning it and how terrible it was, condemning it. But again, this flying flags, like that, we're not talking about troops. Oh, but now troops are being unalived, American troops, and now you're hiding it and lying about it. Right. Okay. Right. Exactly. So that's the point. This is what you got to realize. So anytime you're a person that sits here and talks and sticks up for Trump, you're just wrong. You're wrong. Every time. It's that simple. And so the point is, this is why we all arrive at the conclusion that he is a terrorist, because it's always about doubling down on again, the other side. He never ever agrees with anybody on the other side about anything whatsoever. Never. Not a single time. Even when the debaters very cleverly asked Trump to find one thing that he could say nice about Hillary in the debates, do you remember what he said? He didn't stick up for truth or anything like that. He just tried to make it like a personable thing that sounded sort of like, again, it can't be something that you could prove, that you could say is material that you can see and look up. He picked something about a personality that that you would have to accept through a long period of liking this person and already accepting him. So he knew what he was doing. He knew by saying that he was just picking something that everybody was already gonna, that was already accepting or rejecting, was already going to accept or reject. It's that simple. He's not actually picking anything factual, or like he could say that we agree on this point, and presidents used to do that they would agree on certain points, but he does everything wrong, opposite of anything you should do. And again, everybody that is in government, working for government, that has worked for government, they're all leaving, they're all resigning, they don't want anything to do with this shit, it's all illegal, and they're like mass asking for people to sign up and get hired. Oh, yeah, like work for the government, blah, blah, blah. Because again, all these people don't want anything to do. They're all starting to realize just how bad this is. They want nothing to do with it. Because the point is, he is just literally going to make sure all these other people answer for all of again, if this goes south, which it will, he's not going to be president a third time. It's going to all come back around to all the people that helped him try to do that. And it's going to be pretty much everybody in the administration. Pretty much. So like all these different companies right now are doing incredibly illegal things, to spy on you and like all the stuff that we're seeing. And this is the stuff that the FBI is supposed to be regularly making sure companies aren't doing. They would investigate and stuff like that. And so while Trump is in charge, all these companies, knowing the FBI is not going to investigate them, are just willy-nilly sort of kind of doing all they want with your data, selling it to the... And again, remember how he doesn't care what foreign countries do with your data. So it's just really bad. This is anybody. So my point is that you're going to get to a certain age, like I said earlier, and you're going to realize it's not about you. It's not about what you're doing. It's about maintaining order so that the next generation can actually have peace and learn. We learn to evolve. We figure out evolution and actually do that. Because the only thing that's clear to me is that we got this whole brain up here that we have never been able to use and have full access to. That's the only thing that's absolutely 100% clear to me in life. Seriously. Like, everything else, bunch of bullshit. But the one thing I know, again, we keep finding all these things about science that just disproves the laws we had before. So what if we're only bound to that because we only have access to 10% of this? So the more we use this, the more we break that. What if it's that simple? As life tends to be. Oftentimes we figure stuff out, huge breakthroughs, because you just looked at it, you turned something on its side and looked at it differently. It is important to remember that Donald Trump is, at this point, very, very likely using a lot of tax dollars and funds to attack everybody and anybody that even the smallest bit says anything contrary to anything that he's saying, because he is at a point where they are threatening the 25th Amendment. So he's attacking these people horrendously because he is fearing the 25th Amendment. That's why. Because he knows this is coming, and all these people are making valid, very good points. And again, who would the Republicans actually maybe listen to? Because they don't like the big media outlets. So it's more about all those different representatives that actually do represent you, that might be thinking at this point, well, boy, we really screwed up, didn't we? Again, the amount of pay and the amount of just social status that some of these senators and people in government have over people that just don't work in government is insane. And it has always been that way. You work for the postal service, you work for anybody. Like you are just taken care of. Why? Why? Why is that any more valid than any other job that you would also do and should be respected for doing that job? Why again, some of these companies could easily afford to do it probably more than the federal government could with certain budgeting. Because a lot of times when you're talking about stuff like that, well, I mean, that really spreads out budgeting. I mean, that is a tough thing to get right. And so you're just gonna need to figure out a much more effective way of doing that instead of just saying, well, everybody that works for government all the time, no matter what, you just even bottom level 100% taken care of, everything, like just out the ass. You just get so much benefit, this and that, and just so much pay. And what do you work at the DMV? You know what I mean? Like, okay, somebody that works in fast food deals with the same shit that somebody deals with at the DMV. It's the same type of thing. You're gonna get angry, annoyed people for completely irrational reasons. Got nothing to do with you. They're just taking it out on you because you're right there. So I get it to a point, but you have to have some moderation to that. At a certain point now, um, we owe so much money, and everybody in our government, like, we look to the rest of the world, like, we just, again, our government, these people are rich. They sit above everyone else and take advantage of the rest of us. So how is it, some governments are looking at it, how is it any different when you have an oligarchy or a dictatorship in their country? So what you have to realize is, um, Donald Trump is doing a lot of that here. The Republicans are doing a lot of that here. It's, again, that other party, the Democrats, again, the independents, even these third parties, even they have the right message a lot of times. They just don't have enough government representation for the votes. That's all. And so we just have such a strong Republican and Democrat representation those are our primary parties right now. So those are the politicians that represent you. And so my point is that when that redistricting and stuff happens, obviously pay attention to that. But that's what he was trying to do now, where like, again, like, just things that we would never do, things that we don't ever normally do, and he's doing them. This is the stuff that you call out, okay? And even people that don't have a bias or any type of agenda or covering stuff like that, take note of that. There probably is a good reason they're covering that, where it's like, hey, this is odd. This is really odd. That's all. They're not having an agenda or a bias or an opinion, but notice they're calling it out and saying it's odd. So That's then up to you to look at and say, why is it odd? It's up to you. You know? Okay? Um, I'm pretty sure Trump is firing people at 60 Minutes. Again, one of the most informative. I think they won like tons of awards and stuff, right? Like again, I always thought, watching a 60 Minutes thing, anytime 60 Minutes comes out, like you're gonna be like, you're like, oh, here we go. Finally, all this shit's gonna come out. Like that's the point. They have a long history of reporting stuff that like people want to whistleblow or something like that, protecting their information, and not only that, but being just very, very factual, informative, and respectful of that and unbiased. And now, after all this ridiculousness of the random firings, we have somebody quitting that doesn't want anything to do with it, and complete restructuring. And Trump, I think, is actually putting people in there that normally would report on like classifieds. Like you know what that means, right? Like classifieds. Like that's like tabloids shit. Like this is the point. It's like the most bullshit made up. Like I've always said, the fake news thing was Trump showing you he's fake news. Like he's just saying that because because they're catching him and he wants it to be fake and it's not. So he just says that. It's a difficult question. He can't answer it because if he answers it, you're going to know what a dipshit he is. So that didn't happen. It's fake news. It didn't happen. I didn't say that. All the times that they did that. Nope. I promise you, there's a reason that reporter's asking that, because they remembered the day prior, he literally just said this, and now he's taking it back and saying, I didn't say that. Okay? Is there even like a single time that you can find that Obama did that? Ever? I'm not talking about the shit that Trump makes up and independent, like some of that independent media for Trump makes up, where he created this media outlet, it's funded by him and shit like that, and that's fake news. I'm talking about other reporters from those same outlets that, by the way, do call out Democrats. It's just the point is, there's nothing to call out with the Democrats anymore. The other side is so fucking shit bat crazy that all they got to do is point it out and they look golden. So that's the fucking point. That's all Colbert was doing. That's all Kimmel does. That's all SNL does. That's all any of these people are doing. And they did it too. They would call out the Democrat too. But the whole point is that there wasn't really usually that much to call out. It's usually just them calling it out and then trying to spin it a certain way too, just to make a joke of it because it's a Democrat. Because again, there's usually a really good reason why they're doing that thing. So you can't and it just sounds funny on the surface. So you spin it. With Trump, no, all you got to do is sit here and be like, by the way, Trump said this fucking shit today. By the way, the president of the United States, by the way, he's fallen asleep. By the way, he paints his face orange. By the way, the guy can't walk in a straight line. By the way, he goes missing for an entire week. By the way, he comes back with even more bloated fucking hands. He's going to all these emergency appointments and he's threatening independent media that talks about his health. By the way, He's the oldest president in office. He's officially going to be older than Biden was when Biden left office. That's about to happen. So, I do think I do think we're under attack, and I do think that Donald Trump himself is under attack too. But I think that it's Russia, and I think that Donald Trump is so fucking incompetent that he actually believes that it's like me or you or something like that. And Russia is just manipulating him to believe that. But they're attacking us too. So here's what's happening. They're using guerrilla warfare to use Bluetooth signals, all kinds of stuff that's transmitting from like any given place at any given time. There's all kinds of shit, okay? And all you have to do is, if you know how to tune this Bluetooth to a certain radio frequency signal, theoretically, you can align it. If you know the person's brainwave patterns and you studied it and you spent time looking into their brainwave patterns, like watching them sleep and stuff like that, you study them, you know what they are. So, theoretically, what you do is you study that, you get it to the, whatever it needs to be to affect that thing. So basically, this is trial and error, them taking notes of what your brain wave patterns look like when certain things happen. You're sick, this or that. That's it. They emit a signal to change your brainwave pattern to that, and your body thinks you're sick. It's called psychosomatic response. So if you have control of this temple, it's a lot harder for them to do that. But if you don't, and you're a Donald Trump, you're going to look like this. That's what's happening. And I personally think this is why Biden has suddenly cancer, because he's an old man that already went through the presidency, very high stress as it was probably already. Probably not giving a shit about his own health, really just trying to get stuff done. And suddenly cares about himself, and he finds this out. Yeah, I think they were working on that. I do. And I think that they're doing it to Trump. And I think they know it, but it's Trump's fault. And that's what they're hiding. And the evidence is in Trump. So obviously they don't want him to die, but when he does, that's the evidence. So they're hiding him. So that if he dies, you're not, absolutely not. That one. That's the one. So like old people are starting to, like everybody like in the United States that's under attack, you'll start to see like old people getting rapidly aging and getting older faster, having problems escalate faster, huge amounts of hospital rates going up. This is all escalating all around Trump being incompetent. So obviously it's just them trying to exacerbate how incompetent Trump looks, but then also conveniently doing it while this guy is incompetent. So like it's just to the people that want him to be incompetent, they're just going to see it as that and not see the additional thing. And to the people that do see him as competent, might see it, but the problem is now they see him as competent and he's not. He is not going to have the right answer. So, they can manipulate that, obviously. And so I'm just saying, like, 25th, Get him the hell out of there. The guy shouldn't be in office for other countries to manipulate. No. He's already caused enough damage. And again, I think this goes beyond, you know, simple comedy and stuff like that. I think it's just, truthfully, he is under attack. You know, just like where you see all of a sudden all these health things happening and stuff like that. It's not like he was ever like seemingly unhealthy, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, nobody really thought that, you know, I don't think, you know. But sure, you get to a certain age and, you know, you don't lose the weight. Yeah. And they're definitely using that. But again, my point is that notice how he's just getting fatter. So they're probably doing things to try to make sure that doesn't happen, and then it doesn't work. So my point is, if they're talking about this and it's all in the open and they're spying on everything, man. I mean, I already pointed out the fact that they know exactly what's going on right here, right now, if they want to. Whatever I say, if I flick off the air, they know it. It's called geofencing. So again, they're just piggybacking off of technology we shouldn't have. That's the point. That's why we shouldn't have it. That's why you shouldn't allow these technologies. That's why you have to regulate things, because of what other countries will do with your technology. That's why. That's why it shouldn't exist. The technology, I've already explained this. The end of Batman, The Dark Knight Rises. The Dark Knight Rises. The end of that movie, you know, the thing that he's like, this is too much power for one man and stuff like that. And even Batman agreed, because if you remember, it like self-destructed at the end, like, and Lucius was kind of like smiling, like he was happy about that and whatnot. So like that was the whole point, was even Batman understood, and that's very classic, true Batman style. You know, like obviously he knew that too. You know, so it was just for that one thing they caught this terrible dude that was gonna destroy everything, obviously. Bane, obviously. And you know, that was the whole point, was to use it just to make sure that they foiled that plan, got rid of it, done. Nobody has access to it anymore because it doesn't exist anymore. Now, obviously, you could do a side thing off of that where somebody was breaching it at the time and learned the technology and stole it. So now they recreate it. Sure. But I'm just saying, you don't leave it out there willy-nilly because now Iran has it, China, North Korea, Russia. Like you're just gonna, oh yeah, just give it to everybody so that, you know, nobody will ever get away from it. That's why you shouldn't give nukes to everybody. Do you want everybody to be able to hold the world hostage? No. Should always push for denuclearization. And this was the whole point behind what Obama was doing. While we were escalating our nuke arsenal, we're making the point that we don't use them. That you trust the U.S. We have learned from our mistakes. And now this guy comes in and ruins all that reputation we built. That's the problem. We built a reputation around the fact that we will never use them. This is only last resort scenario. And quite frankly, it's not the case under this administration. Obviously, with him threatening and the taking the guardrails off of AI, we are done, okay? And look, um, I caught wind of a little something. I just want to draw attention a little bit to give you this example. Okay, this is just the perfect example of how rich people are dominating markets in America. Okay, I don't have anything against like rich streamers or big streamers or anything like that. I don't care. Okay, they get rich. I don't have any. That doesn't. I'm not like that. Okay, I know that some people think that people are radical like this and stuff like that. I think it's just that you get lost in the differences in opinions. I think some are like that. I think most have a good head on their shoulders and just understand exactly what I'm about to explain. So these rich people get this sort of justification, like they put a lot of work into stuff, they do so much stuff. Why can't everybody else see I did all these things? And like Elon Musk, he has all this stuff behind him. Well, but he had money and resources because he had that money. So of course he could do that stuff. So with that being said, and with being said what I said about the streamers, um, I also want to draw attention to the fact that I guess PewDiePie just made this ChatGPT thing with some other people. I guess they help fund it and stuff, but it's mainly his thing. And it uses ChatGPT, but it allows you to sort of do it like privately on your own thing. And so that's obviously really good, and it's a really, really good idea. But my point is that he was able to do that because he has resources, because he's a huge streamer, he has money. So he can buy a URL address, he can fund this, he can get some developers on board. He has 40 grand to just throw at somebody or something like that. There you go. And so if you understand that's what's happening, how would somebody in the middle class ever amount to what somebody who's a streamer like Mr. Beast, who overnight people just accelerated to the top of everything, and now this guy, now he understands it. I think he gets it. So like I'm not saying like him as a bad example or anything like that. I'm just saying like that person might be inclined to think, well, I put a lot of work into this. I'm better than these people. I deserve to not pay as much taxes or whatever. They just feel very justified, like they're doing more than you. And no, oftentimes they're not. Oftentimes they actually just automate this shit. And to a certain degree, now they're just looked at as people that are geniuses because they have such good ideas that they can actually do them. No, they have money to do them. Do you have any idea how many actors have like some sort of fucking alcohol that their name is behind? Everybody has a brand of alcohol. Everybody has a brand of alcohol. I already said do not send super chats. If you send another super chat, I'm gonna block you. Don't do it. Stop doing it. So the point is that again, I'm not against obviously big streamers, but this is the problem when you don't understand that somebody else probably would have done that idea or had the idea, just didn't have the money to do it. So it sat around, and now PewDiePie thought of it finally, and it gets done just because PewDiePie is worth millions and can do it at the snap of a finger. You get what I'm saying? So, if like really smart developers and stuff like that, or just people that are self-taught or something like that, and they're just sitting around and could produce a way better operating system than Microsoft could ever put out. But they're just endlessly never allowed to do well in life because, the system has failed them. US has failed them. Endlessly, all you ever do is prop up Microsoft. And meanwhile, this person could have easily made a good OS, probably way better. But you would never know because they just ended up doing middle class job after middle class job, never getting those resources they would need to properly, be able to rationalize, to spend the time to, and again, hire the people that would be required to do that. So this is it. It's that. So the richer you are, the better you do in this country. The whole country is a fucking pyramid scheme. And then conveniently, this country has shitloads of problems with pyramid schemes and scammers taking advantage of this very exact thing where Americans don't even understand it and they're stupid. This is why all of these other countries have loads of people immediately would recognize a scam. And you are just like, haha, dirt. Totally, I believe this moron from India is calling me randomly, conveniently, right when I would get a security code about this very thing, asking name, address. Yep, that makes sense. But you're going to give it to him because you're stupid. Wouldn't it be nice if the FBI intercepted that call and did something instead of scam baiters sitting here trying to convince people and then they just think they're a scammer? Wouldn't it be nice if the FBI actually helped and did something? Boy, that would be fantastic, wouldn't it? So what's the FBI doing then? And aside from the thing I proved to you was happening with my packages yesterday, where I showed you literally 3 different packages in a row, shipped from 2 different shippers, damaged, obviously opened, repackaged. That's what the FBI is doing. Whatever the fuck Trump tells them to do to investigate random people that are just talking about Donald Trump. That's it. Yeah, again, just like the Brian Tyler Cohen thing, David Pakman, these people are just talking about him. Very credible people. David Pakman's a fucking author, for Christ's sake. The guy has a book. Brian Tyler Cohen's the guy that's, man, he has been so good. And the whole point is Obama, was dark for a while. He didn't do any interviews and stuff like that. And he was the guy who did wanted to interview him. So conveniently now I'm sure Trump saw that, and now he's just attacking Brian Tyler Cohen right on his website, and David Pakman's getting a lot of attention too because he just says things that make sense, and he's smart, and he's an author, so he's very literate, so people are gonna listen. So that's what all this is. And meanwhile, you're listening to a guy with swollen hands that he piles makeup on. His hands are swollen and he's piling makeup on them. Dudes, let me be realistic with you. All right? I am white as shit. I am white as shit. Okay? White as shit. If there is a single guy that should be using the orange makeup, okay? And I'm still not doing it. There's nothing about that that's fucking normal. No, I know people seem to think that guy gets up and puts his own makeup on. I don't think that's the case. And I think these people are giving him too much credit. I think you're giving him too much credit. I think you take for granted this guy has always had a butler and room service, a lawyer on speed dial. Okay? You don't even know what speed dial is anymore. Speed dial was the thing back before we had cell phones where it was like the latest thing. You would program a phone number into your phone. So you just hit a button and it would call the number. That's speed dial. So, you know, he's just attacking anybody that's making any sense. That's all that's happened. And it's all misinformation, trying to discredit credible people. So that the only ones that are left are incompetent, incredible, not credible. They're not incredible. They are not credible. They are incredibly not credible. There we go. So, again, like just referencing quick, I'm not, again, I'm not saying that like people that do that stuff are bad. I'm just saying that we could have a whole lot more of like Mr. Beast, like people that do things like that and become rich again. Like have good ideas if again you understand that this is the problem. Like what I just said. Just like California is doing it right, and they're the only state doing it right because they actually have a good governor that balances the budget, understands that the entire state needs to be at a certain level of income or people aren't going to have any money, and it's that fucking simple. The average wage out there is significantly higher than over here. Holy shit. And then they try to pretend like cost of living is like astronomically high. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. It's the same as it is here. It's the fucking same. It's the exact same. Yep. Same as here. So why are you trying to pretend like it's not? I understand in Los Angeles, it's more expensive than probably Philadelphia. Oh, yeah. Oh, my God, yeah. But not normal fucking places, the rest of the damn state. Okay? This is what people focus on. They look up the cost of living in like the biggest, most expensive fucking central city of the entire. What do you think? What? Okay, then live in the burbs? What are you, stupid? So again, this is the issue. The issue is that they'll look this up and not realize how bad it is in the rest of the state. The city is not the state. And then you realize that you have all these people spread out, where in the cities, the wages might be higher because they have mayors and stuff like that. But a lot of times the senator is not doing what they're supposed to be doing in that state. And the governor does not give a shit. They just want a paycheck to make it look like they gave a shit. So you will get plenty of like companies here and there that will just do minimum wage. You'll go all the way through that company. You'll see other people make more money than you, and you won't even understand why, but they will. And then you'll spend years there, dead end job, dead end job, dead end job, dead end job, dead end job. And you just nonstop see these people that are career people at a business, and they hate life. They don't even like their job, but they're career people only because they know and have figured out that this is the only way they're going to make money is if they actually try to work up in one company and deal with the nonsense bullshit they shouldn't have to deal with, and the company screwing them in the ass every turn. And then all they get out of it at the end of the day, you know, they're with the company 20 years, and maybe now they get a little bit of a bump on their management, and you know, maybe now they finally get severance and salary and stuff like that, when they should have gotten this a long time ago. And only now, you know, maybe now they have a divorce, they got all this shit to pay for, life sucked for too long, that other person left them because they thought they didn't amount to anything because that person equates life to the wrong things. And now this sad sap individual hates everything just because you took advantage of that individual. You took him and took advantage of the good employee while letting all these other fucking faggots come through your company and suck and suck and suck. And that person does their job every day. And you take advantage of that person. It's not Jeff Bezos. Nope. That's the same manager that's been at that company dealing with the same bullshit they've been dealing with day after day after day after day. That's the person holding it together. Not the moron trying to claim that taxing the billionaires wouldn't fix the. No, that guy's that. If he really believes that, he's an idiot. Complete moron. So he doesn't. There's no way he actually believes that. You know, like he knows it would. He can do the numbers. He is a calculator. And this is the reality. I mean, Bernie Sanders can sum it up in one sentence. Listen to what he says. Okay. So when Bernie Sanders can sum this up in like a single statement, you see what I'm saying? Why are we having drift? Why is this drifting? Did you notice that? They're drifting it over. Did you notice that? It's been slowly drifting. I noticed it too. Did you notice the unfocus too? It was like way over here. It was like way over here. It was right there. I had it in a very specific spot. Did you notice that? And that interesting? Like they're trying to figure out what's back there. What do you want to know what's back here? There's all right, so there's 2 ginger ale cans. There's a Mountain Dew bottle, I gotta get rid of that. There's a thing of Reese's. I have some food there. I got like some hot dog buns there. What are you so curious about? What, the box? Is it the black box? Is that what you're curious about? Okay, so I warned you. So I want to assure you guys that this is the scammer. This is not anybody else. This is the scammer. And you know, You guys, if I say something, if I say don't super chat, you guys know not to, like, you guys know that. Especially if I say don't super chat, because the money's not going to me, it's going to go into an endless void and never go to anybody, and then you continue to do that. That's just malicious. I know that you're a scammer because no real person would waste money. You clearly are intentionally burning money. So again, that's a scammer. No real person actually wastes and burns money like that. That's a scammer. So you are going to be blocked, probably from the entire channel. Yeah, I'll probably just block you entirely because you can't follow instructions. So let's go ahead and go to your channel and take a look here. Oh yeah, very, very scammy looking channel. Very, very scammy looking channel. So a lot of what they've been doing lately is making these channels that just have the incorrect date. There's no way they made this back in 2010. It's just a lie. They know that's a tell. And I said that way early on. Like, we know if the channel was fucking made this month or last month, that's an obvious spam account. So this is what they've been doing. 2010, and then again, like, there's nothing on the channel, but he's got a full playlist. You know, again, oh, what are you watching? Because I have watches, whatever. Look, dude, if I fucking tell you don't donate, you don't fucking donate. It's that simple. Why would you continue donating money for that not to go to me? I just told you that. That's not going to me. So why would you keep doing it? Unless you're a scammer. You know, we've been dealing with this for a while. Ever since that thing happened, people are trying to forcefully do this, okay? I have never had super chats on the channel. Ever. This is only a very recent fucking thing. Okay? Nobody is looking for that. Nobody's trying to do that, okay? And I very specifically said many times, do not super chat because my channel is getting fucking scammed by an impersonation scammer. Okay? There is no gimmick here. I am not trying to get super chats by saying don't super chat, okay? You want to do that? Go to Ricky Berwick's stream. That's not what we're doing here, okay? I will never see that money, that $11 that was donated this entire stream. You just threw that away. You threw $11 in the trash can. I will never see that. Ever. Because you didn't follow instructions. It's that simple. So if I fucking tell you, don't fucking super chat, you don't fucking super chat. It's literally that basic. It's nonstop fucking 12-year-olds on here. Hey, hey YouTube. Hey garbage piece of shit trash YouTube. When I can see literally 19, 20 people in here right this fucking second, why are you pretending like there's only 50 viewers? Yeah. You're trying to add to it now. Yep, half the view count, guys. Yeah, basically half the view counts in the stream right fucking now. Yeah. Look at all this. We've been consistently on 50 views. Liars. Literally just blatantly lying about views. This is what Trump is going to do. to hack the election. This is what foreign actors are doing to mess with people's streams. This is what the FBI is wasting its time doing instead of what they should be doing. Just like when I start the stream and the title of the stream is that the president is a lunatic, and the very first thing I see is this confetti button being spammed the instant that the stream starts. Okay, that's a scammer instantly coming in here every single, waiting, spying on me because he knows when I'm going to start the stream. So therefore, he's in here immediately. I pointed this out before, and so they started making my, if you remember what I did when I pointed this out before, when they were spying on me, when I pointed out the fact they were instantly in the stream right when I started it, every time they started doing this bullshit where they were taking the stream down to 0 fucking concurrent viewers for the first half an hour to hour of the stream, where they're just sitting in there watching the stream and it just says 0. Well, that was us catching them. And none of this is legit. None of it. They're scamming all of it for the sake of literally lying about however many views I have. Do you know why? Because Trump administration is threatening to sue YouTube. That's why. That's why. Except the Trump administration, Donald Trump himself, are all criminals and are currently being investigated for fraud, treason, and everything you can imagine. Oh yeah, that's right. You're being investigated for treason. Yep. You are the terrorist planning your own fucking assassination attempts. You are the terrorist lying to people. You are the terrorist scamming all of this. You. Donald Jackass Trump. The J is for jackass. That's what it stands for. Donald Jackass Trump is a terrorist that sells secrets, that sells your data, that allows China, Russia, North Korea to attack you because he is so fucking stupid. He gives it to them and then doesn't understand that they're attacking him too. He's laying there. He's laying there half asleep like this. And you know, they're trying to pretend like this guy is actually a cohesive president and can make any decision whatsoever. What the fuck is this? What who the I don't give a shit. Kanye West isn't a Nazi? Again, why are we super chatting? Spam channel. I literally just told you not to super chat, and this person does this. So again, it's just the regurgitation of stupidity. This is what you see from the voters that would vote for Trump too. And I want to remind you, we're going to talk a little bit about this, I think. I think it's time to talk about this. Do I have time? I may have time. Look. Y'all got to get over this adult Santa Claus bullshit. I'm sick and tired of it. Everybody's sick and tired of it. We're tired of being adults and listening to a bunch of fucking children that are scared of death. I'm sick of it. Okay? Every goddamn adult that ever tried to convince me that Jesus Christ is God and that I need to go to church, and you're all a bunch of fucking retards that literally just can't accept and face your own mortality. You are scared. So you create this bullshit fucking fable where, again, crazy scared people that are scared of their own mortality are just going to go insane and start. All right? So they have to create a system of control for people that have trouble with their prefrontal cortex. It's literally that basic. Like you are so dumb. You need to be controlled. So again, the Bible, there are so fucking many things in that thing that if you translate it and you look back at it, there are inconsistencies all throughout the translations. Blatantly, if you go way back and you dissect these verses like Christians do, you're dissecting it word by word and living off that. Meanwhile, these are just fucking stories that existed in the past from people that lived in biblical times. It has nothing to do with telling you should live, and John did this, and then that, and then the other thing, and then, Jesus Christ, did this and that and the other thing. So therefore, I don't care. Where's the proof? When have we ever seen it? Jesus Christ rose? He's God? How? How? If he rose and he was God, wouldn't he have done it and come back and been like, see? I turned water into wine. I rubbed that in your face. Why didn't I rub everything else in your face? Because I can't come back to life. Because I am mortal. I am a man. I am not a god. This is the one flaw in the Bible all throughout. This fucking guy, miracle after miracle after miracle, but then upon death, the one fucking thing a mortal man can't prove, he conveniently can't prove it. Huh. Oh, wow. Oh, brilliant deduction, isn't it? Fucking Christ, man. And every Christian that I knew growing up, not some of the good people that are just trying to do right and stuff like that, but every Christian that I knew growing up it was the sort of thing where, like, they were very fucking full of themselves and very, like mind controlly, you know, like, you gotta go to church, you're gonna go to hell kind of shit. And just some of these folks really had, they claimed to be the most in touch with God and Christianity, and there were some of the most lost fucking people in life with no answers because they were turning to an ancient book that has nothing to do with anything. So here's what you learn from the Bible. God does not like it when you insult him too much. Don't do it too much. He's not really going to give a shit if it's like, you know, God damn it or something like that. Doesn't fucking matter, okay? But if you start going to war and claiming it's in God's name and shit like that, and you're just over and over all these people all over the world, now what he's gonna do is he's just gonna rid the planet of these fucking people, because fuck you. Start over. That's what we learn from the Bible. That. He did the same thing to Jesus Christ. He gave his only begotten son. Oh, fuck you. Fuck you with that stuff. Notice this has halted, by the way, as I've started down a whole new line of stuff. Fuck you with that stuff. That's not what happened. This guy, who was a visionary, who was a hero, realized what he had to do. That's it. He realized everybody was stupid. But you can't say that, because then they get mad. Well, in a modern day, you're all a bunch of fucking adults with education. I can call you stupid. This is really stupid. That is what you need to learn from the fucking Bible. The dumber you are, there's consequences for that. When is there a consequence for just being smart or trying to find the right answer? Making sure of it. Well, the only time that happens when you have an evil person trying to be like, oh, don't look at that. No, fake news, fake. It's not fake because you don't like it. It's not fake because you didn't think of it. It's not fake because you don't like the person that thought of it. That's not why it's fake. Because it isn't fake at all. Notice how this has halted after showing on the screen what the view count is. Notice that. Halted. I personally think YouTube has been doing this for years. I think they've been doing it to Colbert's channel too. To many other people. And, you know, we've only just started talking about this, you know, through Trump. But the whole point is that I think they've always been silently doing this. And then there's an ad, conveniently. So I've told you about this guy before. I've told you about this before. I don't have anything that can produce an ad. Nothing. So why did that just happen? I have no bloatware. I have nothing running. So why did that just happen while I'm conveniently on a path talking about how YouTube is continuing to take advantage of you by selling you to the enemy with these ads? The enemy is your data broker. They control those. It's not the person that's on like the company side of that. Like it's just the company trusts the advertising agents, the advertiser to be a valid, trustworthy data broker. And they trust that through the wonderful credentials of the United States of A. So it's up to them to validate this, and they ain't doing it. Just like Trump pulling out of everything else that the world does together, like the World Health Organization and shit like that. What's this about? What's that? What's that confetti about instantly? So, again, with these ridiculous God concepts, it's important to remember that Christianity is complete fucking bullshit. But it doesn't mean that everything in the Bible didn't happen for the most part. And it also doesn't mean that God doesn't exist. There's lots of evidence. But again, the evidence that we know about far more supports the theory that you guys know of, I've talked about before. Did you see that? So that confirms that they wanted that to happen. So I need to call my lawyer here. So they want me to tell you how much memory I'm using. I'm not using all of my memory. It's not even close. So this confirms it. This is Microsoft. This is Microsoft. And there are several Microsoft things running too. They're breaking the browser. So they're breaking this browser to do scams, to look scammy and to do things like that. Did you see how like they broke it and got it to show like a memory error? That's fake. I've never even seen that. I've never seen that in my life. So I think it's interesting how you see that, and this was all frozen and stuff like that, but yet this wasn't. And again, they are breaking the browser, just like they're breaking OBS, just like they're breaking. If you remember, we reported to you guys that every video we were watching was a gray error, and that was happening across YouTube for, again, because YouTube was intentionally breaking the legitimate, legal, valid ad blocker that we were using in the browser. That again is just a million reviews. Everybody uses it, and it blocks their malicious ads. So again, that's all that's happening here is YouTube, Microsoft, again, all these companies attack you, cause problems for you because you're blocking the things that cause those problems. So they cause more problems. It's all illegal. It's incredibly illegal. Imagine if I hacked Jeff Bezos and started doing all this to him. Imagine if I did that. Can you imagine? You know, again, we get thousands of viewers. Thousands. We know that. We were getting thousands. And then the whole point is at a certain point where we're getting really popular and we're talking about Trump, they start censoring the views. They censor the free speech and lie about the views. And all around us getting shitloads of views for talking about what conservative values actually are and educating you, having intelligent conversations and calling it that too. And then and then when we rage out, we have rage, we're yelling at the screen and stuff like that. Oh, well, then there's a shitload of people in here, and then they're going to count that. So again, this stream's been going on plenty long enough for this to count. Here we are, still at the same similar view count we have been at, concurrent view count we have been at. And they're just locking and halting this this number at 59. 59. Just 59 views. That's how many we're at, guys. 59. That number. So you've consistently seen 19, 20, 22, all these viewers throughout. But, you know, and then you see how you see how that's there. So they programmed that to be the thumbnail. That'll be the thumbnail now. And if you remember, we talked about this before, about how they cause white screens for the sake of revealing personal information. So whatever it is, you know, just like back there, you know, and stuff like that, they want to light up the image and stuff. So conveniently, after I talked about that and how I talked about how there's like a box over here or something like that, this happens. So I have to call my lawyer. Yeah, and now conveniently as I say that, see how they're backing off of the view halting. So I have to call my lawyer and report what just happened here. But this is a very, very serious investigation. And you know, again, it's important to remember that once we finish all of this, it's ongoing. You know, like normally there are, you know, like when you file a lawsuit, there's statute of limitations and stuff like that. It's important to remember that the longer, like the more this continues, the more it's a continued attack on me. So like it's just important to remember it has never stopped. So there's no, you know what I mean? Like if it never stops, the statute of limitations does that also extended, okay? So you know, they would have to stop for the statute of limitations not to be continued to be extended to an entire investigation where we're eventually going to sue for just this huge amount of time. They're literally lying, harassing, defamation of character, removal of views, you know, complete misrepresentation of every thumbnail I do is different than the one that you guys see, and I can prove that. All these different things are always different. And I flat out can prove, you know, from posts and stuff like that, that after, you know, sharing in some online social media groups and stuff like that, that YouTube learned that these things will cause arguments and make you look bad. And then after learning that would do that, they then proceeded to build a function into YouTube that would actually cause it to grab the wrong thumbnail. And so YouTube, as soon as they learn that something would actually hurt the streamer, they then build a function into YouTube that actually causes the scam to happen to the streamer. And that's what they've been doing every time where, again, I reported it on their end. I reported it to them. But they don't do anything. They don't send any messages. They don't acknowledge the report. Unless we're talking about things other people can see. Like a comment or something you can screenshot. Then they know they have to answer that. Anything that isn't screenshotted or can be provable, they know that they literally can deny that you ever messaged them about this. So this is what they do. It's an endless scapegoat, and this is what YouTube does. And so it doesn't matter how many times you report these things, they're just going to delete the report and all evidence of it and claim they didn't know. Endlessly. And they will manipulate stories in your real life and get you to tell various things and say various things that would get others to believe that, that these things are just organically because you are that way. YouTube will do these things too. And I've proven that. So, they literally have a very manipulative, destructive system here where it's very clear YouTube has caused people to take their own lives, take the lives of others, things like that. And the FBI has recognized it. And instead of actually doing something about it, they're using it. They're using it to unalive people irresponsibly. So that's where, again, there's a huge investigation. I have put reports into the FBI to be blatantly ignored. I have reported this exact scammer to the state police to be blatantly ignored by several state police officers. So there is a lot of things going on with this. And let me tell you really quickly before we go how dumb cops are. This is how dumb cops are. The first guy that I reported this to was so goddamn fucking stupid that when I spoke to him on the phone, he had a tone with me that, again, all I have to do is play this for my lawyer, and the lawyer immediately realizes this cop thinks that it's a joke. It's not like he doesn't have to treat it seriously. So like already he's on the phone with me, and it's a cop out on the road patrolling, and he takes a sort of like almost like a funny tone, like this is, I'm calling him because I want to laugh, this is funny to me, and quite frankly, this is how cops treat people that they're harassing, that they don't like, that they think, again, that they just don't care about, and they don't have any plan of helping. And that, again, we have plenty of evidence that the police in the area are targeting my family already. So the whole point was to get this scammer to get these criminal cops to see the information and see that I was related to the individual that they do not like. So now, therefore, because I'm just related to the individual that they don't like, therefore, they don't like me now. So That's all that happened, and this scammer manipulates police because they're this easy to manipulate, because they're just like Trump. It's like Art of War stuff, where these bullies are very, very easy to manipulate. So, the first dumbass that I spoke to, I told him that the guy was impersonating, like my dad in chat, and this is a very serious thing and stuff like that, like members of my family, very serious thing. And the whole point is the cop, because he's a Russian scammer, the cop's like, well, you said you don't think that he, there's any immediate harm, blah blah blah. So that, again, they're not doing anything correct about it. The cop doesn't go, all right, well, clearly you're in distress and think there's something going on, so blah, 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 and clearly something happened, so let me look into this. Maybe I'll file a report to the FBI for you or something. None of that. He literally just says, you admitted that it's not a life, he's Russian, so how could it? And then he made fun of it. He had a laughing sort of tone out of the fact that my dad's name sounded very general and regular. He's like, oh, it's a pretty regular name. Oh, okay. This is how dumb he is. That's actually helps the scammer. The fact that he would do that. That's how they do it. That's literally how it happened. Because my name is so fucking general, that's why. What are you, dumb? Yeah, clearly you're fucking retarded. Boy, it must be nice to be every cop out there, and your last name is some variation of some fucking Spanish name or something. So therefore, you got some really unique last name. That, like, literally all of them have some sort of fucking variation of like some Spanish last name or something, and then you wonder why they're manipulating all you to hate Spanish people, and then you don't get these things. But again, I want to reiterate how dumb this fucker was, that he wasn't going to do anything. I was clearly on the phone with him, and he's clearly a cop just trying to get somebody off the phone. Incredibly unprofessional. Dumb, actually. And then the second cop, we had to call the state police 3 fucking times to make sure that they were actually sending somebody out. Because hours went by, and this guy, nowhere. Hours and hours. We call him early in the day. Hours. So, the point is, the lawyer recognized that doxing and online harassment is a very serious thing, and you should call the police. And when you look it up, it says that too. Yet both fucking cops act stupid and act like they got no idea what this has anything to do with. They're this dumb. I don't think they are. I think they're part of it. I think those 2 cops, I think this is how regular it is. I think they're Trump voters, and they know what's going on. And those assholes regularly spent time online demoralizing, lying, and fucking with people that vote the other way. And they're cops. And they know it. And I think that's what's actually going on. I think all these cops that were literally such pussies and they were wrong about Trump are literally attacking anybody that they're concerned might know that they did it. Yeah. So they put pressure on these people and manipulate them. Lie. Meanwhile, all the other shit going on is already going on, and they continue doing it. Look how this continues to be halted. Continues. Yeah. And again, we're not even, they want me to give you this, but we're not even close to full memory usage. We're not even close. This is the point. They want to know this. They want to use my memory. Microsoft is literally sitting here hacking people to use their systems because they're so incompetent. That's what's actually happening with a lot of this stuff. No, really. We are basically just India now. Like overnight, we're going to be just a nation full of people that shit in the streets, politicians that don't do anything about cyber criminals, India, and politicians that blatantly fucking make shit up and lie about the actual events of the world. That's what's happening. That is literally the United States right now. And you're going to tell me that you don't understand that that's a nation suppressing its people? What are you, fucking stupid? Yep. So stop taking that as an insult and being all like, wah, 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 and just educate yourself and realize I'm right. Who the fuck cares about whether somebody's right? Who the hell cares? What does that matter? What do I get? Some cookie or a fucking ribbon for that? No, it doesn't help me. That doesn't do anything for me. So why do you do that? Why do you act that way? Because of your pride? Your problems that you put on me? Yep. 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 Every one of these voters, everyone is a fucking psychopath. And it can be boiled down to that. And they know it too. So they're trying to hide it. They realized it. Psychopaths aren't stupid usually. Not usually. Not usually. Not from what I've seen. Unfortunately. Wouldn't that be great if they were the dumb ones? Yeah, that's what you got to realize. Some of these smart people, they're disgusting. They would seek to harm because they're smarter. And they know they can. And that's fucked up. Why would the current president of the United States start defunding the intelligence community? He's defunding intelligence. So we're just not going to know anything the enemy is doing. So, if they're firing a nuke, who the fuck knows? We'll just get nuked. A 3-hour stream with a consistent concurrence of double digits. A 3-hour stream with consistent concurrence of double digits is a lot more than 68 views, YouTube. A lot. And you have no legal ground to individually randomly attack streamers because you don't like what they say. None. These are why policies and rules exist, so that way you are transparent with the streamer and they can know what these are. And you don't have a silent system of manipulation where you can just make shit up all the live long day and that streamer has no idea what your rules are, because you just make them up on the spot and say, well, it's a rule. No, it isn't. Why did I just see a view get removed? And went from 68 to 67. Why did we just see that? So you're not even counting the views right at all. And then I just watched a view get subtracted live, and then the scammer that's doing it hits the laugh emoji. Again, there's nothing funny about that. What's funny about that? It's very clear that there are more views than 67, 68. It's very, very clear. We've been at a consistent. I mean, even just this right here is more than that. No, the point is we get thousands, just like we always did. And, you know, they don't want you to know this. They don't want you to know that we have a history of having views removed, taken off, you know, because we're talking about stuff. Why would that even happen? Like just the fact that there's so many things that can happen. Like one button in Windows, one accidental press of something will do something that it shouldn't ever fucking do. Ever. And will open up all these things, and then you try to even duplicate what happened and you can't. You're like, how did this even fucking do this? It's literally Microsoft on purpose fucking with your system. Like, it's literally just trash. Fucking Christ, man. I literally pushed a space bar. What the fuck? Just like my keyboard when it falls off. Remember yesterday the keyboard falls off the thing and then it's on a permanent light pattern that I can never get it out of. I know how to change the light pattern on the keyboard. Why the fuck, after falling off the thing, is it somehow now magically in a permanent light pattern that I can't get it out of? Jesus fucking Christ, Microsoft, you are garbage! Okay, so this is when it was really, really happening, when we were being really, really, really suppressed. Oh, we were being very, very suppressed here. So if you, as you can see, this one says 908. And if you remember, that was the stream where the views, like literally at a certain point in the stream, the bit rate's just shifting around all over the fucking place. Kind of like you just saw now for the very first fucking time. And then they're just removing all these views. Right here in this stream. Right there. And we clearly are talking about conservative values, which I told you about. And it was 2025. 9 months ago. 9 months ago. Look at the bit rate in my stream. Conveniently now shifting around. That should never move. Ever. It hasn't shifted around the entire fucking stream. Yet right when I point out the very fucking stream where they were really maliciously using the malicious tool that they have, the hacking that they have access to attack my devices, the illegal access that they have to attack my devices they were using on these streams, 908 fucking views. And remember, we were in the thousands easily. I pointed that out. At a certain point in the stream, they just literally started subtracting views, and it happened on that stream live in front of you. You can see it. They removed so fucking many. And I put it right on the screen for you to see. I literally left it there to show you as I was talking about what conservative values actually are and educating people that are dumb as fuck and voting wrong. They were shifting the fucking bitrate around, causing all kinds of buffering for people so that way they could literally just make it so that they push you into this Republican agenda stream or this Republican media, this Trump person, instead of me educating you about what I was. Just like you see this one, again, we would have had plenty. This one has 401, but again, it would have been a lot more than that. Again, and so my point is, it has been a continual de-escalation of my views, very, very slowly but surely. And now we're getting to the point where they're trying to not even allow hundreds. Where this was the example here of them trying to prevent it getting to the triple digits, the thousands. Well, now they're taking it further, where they're trying to prevent it from even getting in the hundreds, where I point out that it's already at 68, and oh, wow, well, we better do something. He's getting 68 views. Holy fucking shit. So they literally, it goes down to 67 right when I say that. And again, further proof, right here it is, where we have intelligent conversations, and I'm not yelling, swearing, all that, getting shitloads of views, and they're fucking with it. Right there. An intelligent conversation about the First Amendment, 735 views, and again, it's halted. We would have had shitloads more, but at some point in that 3-hour fucking stream, it just halts. Oh, hey, look. Look, a 7.5, actually 8, basically 8-hour stream. And you can clearly see from the thumbnail, this thumbnail is probably different for you. You can clearly see in the thumbnail that they hacked it at a certain point. That is the example right there. That bit rate and that little icon means that they disabled the network adapter. They crashed it, and literally they are sitting there now controlling every little aspect of the stream because there were so many people trying to watch that they decided they needed to control every little thing about it and spy on everybody watching. So that is where you see that 38 there. And then, like I said, conveniently in the thumbnail, you can see in this thumbnail, there is the image of my bit rate being completely fucking disconnected, which is why I put that front and center for you to see. And then conveniently, we have the 38 fucking views right there. Where the other ones, 272, 161, 132, 2, again, you can see that doesn't even fucking make any sense. Okay? Anytime where that happens, that is them not allowing it to even get to the thousands. Okay? We're talking about how they are lying to all of you. And look, a lot of this started with me educating Russians that Russia is the largest landmass of any fucking of any nation on the planet. Here's what you guys have to realize. Russia probably lies to their people about that shit. They're probably lying about that. Russia is literally the largest landmass, the largest country on the fucking planet. And they are randomly invading Ukraine to take more land. Putin fucked up. He literally just fucked up. He literally just is rich as hell, taking all of it from everybody. That guy is worth billions. He has shitloads of security. He literally has all the, just like Kim Jong Un, and he's lying. And so like the point is like something basic like this, people in their country find out about it. So he has them attacking me now. And so the point is, it started off with basic stuff like this, where all I got to do is put a fucking map in a thumbnail, and well, that big orange spot right there, that's Russia compared to the rest of fucking Europe. I mean, you can literally just see it right then and there. Obviously, I believe that's backwards. That's a backwards thumbnail there. But like you can see that all of Russia compared to fucking, and that's not even all of Russia. Yep, and there's the bit rate. Okay, so since that's all right, we're gonna drill this in. There's the bit rate for the first time. Yeah, we're gonna drill this in. All right. Sorry, we're gonna drill this in. Since it's very obvious Russia doesn't like this, we're gonna drill this in. Um, Give me one sec. All right, I had to adjust something here. Sorry, it was not doing it right. It was taking a little bit. Let me just. So again, like the scammer doing this is a Russian scammer. So this person is absolutely manipulated by their own Russian state media, which, by the way, that means when somebody says that, when they say like state media, that means controlled media. That means that, like, their government dictates what they say. It's not usually fact. Not usually. Sometimes, but if it's going to make them look bad, they're not going to run with that. Okay. So here is Russia. There it is, right there. That's Russia. And this is not a copyrighted map. I didn't pull this from anything. I had the AI completely render this from information. Okay? So it's just using information. It's not like pulling a random map or anything. I had it make this. Okay? I literally just said, make a map of Europe and Asia and label the countries. Well, there it is. There it is. Okay? Russia is fucking enormous. They are the largest country on the planet. Period. It is bigger than all of Europe. In fact, Russia is basically half of Asia. Yep. Russia is half of Asia. And again, the only reason we signify the difference between the two is because Europe is so fundamentally different than the rest of that continent. Like, again, that is a very democratic part of the world that is very much like the US, where the rest of that continent is Eastern culture. Europe and us are Western culture. Period. Period. Okay? So Japan's all by itself. Yeah. Yeah. That's the point. Like, you got to realize that like some of these nations can still stand on their own 2 feet and do it just fine. That's where you have a culture victory. And, nobody's going to question that. So when you see this and you see this giant landmass and they need to go and invade Ukraine, look at where Ukraine is. What do you think they're actually doing there? Look at where Ukraine is. Tell me what you think they're actually doing. So if you look at Belarus, you look at Poland, we know that Romania is part of NATO, I believe. Ukraine was a way for them to take a huge piece of land. that also borders. Where does it border? I think. Yeah. So a lot of this, I think, is about the fact that they can get into Slovakia through Ukraine and then into Austria, then into Switzerland, Germany, Italy. So it's literally just about spreading their state-run media, their misinformation campaigns, their demoralization nonsense, their communism. Remember, this is why we went to wars in the past, to prevent the spread of communism in other countries. So again, we don't go to war over this anymore. We don't, like, this is what we used to do. So we don't necessarily say, hey, Russia, we're going to attack you, but we impose sanctions and we try to do things to make it difficult for them to do that, so that we don't have to go to war with them eventually. This is the thing we do to prevent that from happening. It's just a defense because they're randomly invading these countries that we swore to protect, that they're just developed countries minding their own business. And Putin's a fucking asshole. What kind of normal person that isn't completely full of themselves posts shirtless pictures of themselves sitting around riding on horses and shit? That fucking asshole's a complete narcissistic douchebag. Let me ask you something. If you were a female and you were dating a guy, likewise a gay dude, you're dating a guy that he's posting all over social media his shirtless pictures of him sitting there, just looking all sweaty and stuff, and then riding a horse, and like just all these things that are like the most narcissistic, pay attention to me douchebag things you've ever seen. And that's literally everything ever about the guy. The guy is the biggest douchebag. Literally makes people wait. He's always late. Okay? And listen, the guy has been rigging his own elections since forever. They have elections. He rigs it. He just assassinates the competition. That happens in Russia. He has done this many times before. Many, 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 many times over. That's real. Do you just think I just pull this out of thin air? Russia should not be invading Ukraine. They are the biggest country in the world. They fucked up and they can't accept it. It's that simple. They need to get rid of the person in charge or accept their fate into oblivion. It's that simple. Just like the US right now. You need to get rid of whoever's in charge or accept your fate into oblivion, because that's what's happening to you. If you do not get rid of this guy properly, the world is going to show you that they're probably not going to even allow another election to happen here. They're going to fucking control it. And that's a great way to make sure that we are not the United States anymore. And we're going to have the same problems the rest of the Middle East has. That's exactly what happens in the Middle East. Exactly. Russian influence over elections, over politicians. So, we're shifting bitrate around conveniently as I'm showing you how many views that were removed from these streams and stuff like that. Absurd. Absurd that it would happen then. Absurd. I mean, you need to put that together. It hasn't moved around the whole stream yet. Right then, no. 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 So again, the scammer is using this super chat function now because again, the scammer fucked it up and they know that. So they are using this super chat function now that again, obviously it would look to you guys like, wow, he's actually rejecting money or something like that. But it's just not the case. It's literally just not the case. I would never, if somebody wants to do that, I'm not going to be an ass and reject it. But again, I do that out of respect and protection for the rest of you that have to use this platform. If that scammer is regularly doing that and convinces the random viewer that's in here just this one time really quickly that it's okay to send super chats because they see a bunch of super chats, now it's a good chance this scammer will have that person's information. So again, these super chats were improperly set up by YouTube. And YouTube, once again, has yet another system where you can't do anything about it. It's once again another thing that would cancel the streamer if they didn't know how to deal with it. So it's just, it's stuff that should, again, I did it right and then YouTube did it wrong and changed something I did. Just like all the other stuff that you see that's supposed to be a certain way, and it's not that way. It just breaks. That's YouTube. Yep, that's YouTube. So this is on purpose. It is to convince the viewer that, again, something's going on, something's wrong, don't watch. You tune out to a different one. They get your page to refresh right then. You see some suggestions for a fucking Trump person, Just like conveniently getting my browser to say low memory. Like, what does that even mean? Low memory? My browser window on my gaming PC that can run Elden Ring, stream, like all these things at the no. No. Nope. Nope. It's the same disinformation that's going on everywhere. Just like every single YouTube video I watch on this browser, again, it's the browser they're attacking. Every single video I watch on this browser, right when I start watching it, it's stuttering around all over the place. It's like dit, 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 dit. And then 5 seconds, 10 seconds into it, it starts playing. And I knew they were going to do that with this because that was what I was even thinking at the time. I was thinking, oh, they're trying to convince the people behind the scenes that are dumb this has to do with memory. It's a memory leak. That's what they're trying to convince them. Because it's the only reason I would do that. Except it's not a memory leak. If it was a memory leak, there'd be a lot of other things, different things that, again, if I tell you, the scammer does that thing. So every time I tell you what's a conducive, functional way of looking at what I'm saying, they're gonna then do that fucking conducive, functional thing that I just said. Oh, is that how it works? Okay. It's been the scam all through doing this. Every time I say it, that thing then happens. This is why seeing the opposite happen tells you that thing is happening. Because if the opposite happens right when I say a thing is happening, that confirms they have been working that scam specifically to get the opposite to happen right when I'm telling you this thing is happening. Sound like a cult that follows the guy around that's always wrong? So they want to make somebody else wrong that always says he's wrong because they just literally can't take the fact that they're wrong. Sounds like it to me. I have known Christians to be like this. This is why I mentioned Christianity. Some of these people that back Trump and claim to be the most Christian people, they are the most psychotic, murderous people that I've known. This is how they act. Because the point is, they sit there and they go to church and they pray and they pretend like, you know, it's forgiven. That's the problem. That's the problem. And they just attack people. Cops do it all the time. They'll take another human life and then they'll go to church and pray about it. And they're just like, oh, well, it was part of God's plan. It wasn't. No, it wasn't. The person's not alive now because you shot him. That's it. That's the only part that ended up being part of it. Now it's part of it. Didn't have to be though. God's plan is not one thing, just to let you know. That's what you got to realize about what science tells us. God's plan ain't a plan at all. Nope. There's a piece of cake for you at the end. It's there. You know it. But you got to do the right things to get to it. Otherwise, it makes the journey pointless, doesn't it? Making the wrong choices. The end result becomes pointless, right? So then why is that so embedded in everything? The pattern of life in general. Well, because God did not intend for you to sit here and bow down to him every fucking second of every day. It's not what he wants you to do. It's so goddamn annoying. Go watch, for Christ's sake, watch Monty Python and the Holy Grail. For Christ's sake, quit your groveling. No groveling. Okay? None of that. Don't grovel. Yes, that's the point. Why the fuck are you acting like that? What do you think God's gonna be like? Oh yes, I reward people that that get an oh yes that oh feel sorry for me. No, he smites people like that. Cause you spent this whole fucking time being a douchebag like Trump, and then you actually have the audacity to ask for forgiveness and you grovel too. You did all this shit, and now you're groveling. No, nope, can't stand that shit. He wants you to be smart, and being smart don't mean colonizing Mars. You fucking retards. Nope, nothing smart about that. There's literally nothing smart about it. It's a dumb idea. Stupid. Nothing smart about it. Takes us backwards. Just like drilling in the moon. What a stupid fucking idea. Takes us backwards. God damn, you are all stupid. You know, if you haven't realized by now, we have the ability to take rocks and stuff from this planet and make shit out of it. So if you haven't figured this out by now, the Earth is doomed. Plants are finite. We need air for this. We have to build shit. We have to colonize this area we call fucking space. We put stuff there because there ain't anything there. God, you're dumb. You're all like, let's go to Mars. Let's go to the moon. Oh, and you don't realize there's all this space right here. Wow. Genius. Maybe we should build more space stations and figure out how to sustain those first. Whoa! Brilliant! Holy fucking shit! We know life's not sustainable on Mars. You're gonna die. You're probably not gonna learn anything from it. Drilling in the moon, I mean, Jesus Christ, you could break the whole thing apart. This thing is a gigantic dry piece of orb. Very cold, too. What happens to stuff when it's cold? Brittle? Yep. And you want to just mine the shit out. So it's going to break apart one day. No more moon. And all the tides are going to just, yeah, it's going to be Noah's Ark all over again. And there's the end of the earth. And you better hope that we've colonized space by then, by the time these retards with endless pockets just want to do shit because, you know, they can. And they don't ask why, because they're too fucking stupid getting caught up in the fact that they can to ask, should they? Should they? No, you should not drill into the moon. It's already drifting further away. Yes, let's vibration thing this. Oh yes, vibrations. It's quarter the size of the planet. We have giant things. It's brittle. It's cold. It's already drifting away. Oh, and the sun is beating down on it too. Oh, you know what? Great fucking idea. Let's take this whole thing and start mining it. This very porous thing that's already, yep, let's do that. Never mind the research and development for deep sea oceans so we can figure out how to properly maintain a pressure filled airless environment, all while figuring out how to deal with cold and harsh climate. Never mind that. Never mind colonizing space and developing shit behind that. Never mind that. No, no, no. Let's drill into the moon and send people to Mars because, there's an Arnold Schwarzenegger movie from the fucking 80s that was awesome called Total Recall. And we're a bunch of retards that think it's going to be like that. That's, yep. That's. That's what people, there it is. Right there it is. Kind of reminds me of the rest of this administration, where they just fucking do shit because, there's a movie about it or something like that. Never mind the fact that this faggot merged Paramount Plus. You have the rights now. You can watch Star Trek anytime you want, and you didn't learn from the next generation. Like, the one thing that got it right. Marvel too. Marvel is very good at being scientifically accurate about the things. Brilliant stuff. You have all this stuff to look at, and you're like, oh yeah, we're gonna do it like Total Recall. Like way back in the 80s when we had no fucking clue. We were listening to fucking cassette tapes on gigantic boom boxes that again required fucking 8D batteries just to run. But, listen to those people. Now, this is the same assholes that took the FBI and investigated Nikolai Tesla, waited for him to die, suppressed the fact that this foreigner was smarter than everybody else and figured out this technology, and then gave his inventions to like Thomas Edison and shit like that. Yep. That actually happened. The FBI literally has a history of doing this. Like, that's real. And you're all like, duh, I wonder what's happening. Kash Patel is chugging beers with the U.S. hockey team. Duh, this loyalist. Gee, I wonder what's going on. Durr. Okay. This is a pretty accurate map of Europe and Asia. Now, again, Egypt is part of Africa. I don't know why that they have that there. You can't actually see Africa there, but that is part of the African continent. That's like the top right part of the African continent there. It's probably there just because they know it sort of attaches to. I thought it was Saudi Arabia it attaches to, but maybe I was wrong. Oh, I guess it's Israel. Oh, okay. That explains it. Oh, yeah, it is Israel. Okay, that actually explains a lot. So, yeah, it attaches to Israel and Jordan, I think. Yeah. Israel's attached to Jordan. So, like, that's a really small little spot there. So it's important to remember that Israel being where they are then, remember that that's very strategic. So they're going to control any crossover between Egypt, and Jordan. Period. You understand? Like, that's how it's going to work. And whatever they say, well, this is, their authorities investigate things. They're going to frame it however their authorities want to frame it. Just like when authorities take over here and randomly start ransacking people and throwing them in concentration camps. Again, not due process, not facts, just a bunch of racist faggots doing whatever they want to do. So I got to get off stream. I have to take care of some legal stuff, give my lawyer a call. Sorry about that. But it is time to pretty much end the stream anyway. But there you go. You have some stuff to take a look at. I gave you those intelligent conversation streams to look at. And we really, really got to some really important stuff in there. And not only that, you're going to see me predict a lot of things that would then come true. That's what you're going to see a lot. And that's what pisses off Trump. He knows I'm proving that he's being manipulated. Because if I can predict what he's going to do, that means foreign governments are just literally dictating what he does. They are dictating what he does because they are manipulating him. So that's simple. If I can predict it, so can they. Trust me. And I'm just a guy sitting here at his computer. Just doing Google searches. Okay? There's no fucking way that they don't have every ability to manipulate that president. This is why it was important to protect identity and stuff like that. The president doesn't talk about where they are a lot, what they're doing a lot. And while they're going to show up and do stuff, again, just he's a fucking celebrity. He wants everything to be front page news. So realize that's very easily manipulatable. So anyway, Sleepy Don. Sleepy Don is falling asleep. Sleepy Donnie J. Sleepy Donald J is falling asleep. And it's bad. And the reason why they know he fell asleep, and he fell asleep, especially that one recording, is because he had that tall tale sign of waking up. That is medically provable because you have it's that thing in Inception they talk about. It's the inner ear. It's what's it called? It's medically called something. It's basically it's a mental kick when you nod off. Now again, if you're tired, old, this is depreciated. It actually doesn't work usually as well. But if he knows there's an important meeting, it might kick in eventually. So that's why it took a little bit. For those of you who fell asleep in class, okay, and you sort of, This is what we're talking about, okay? As soon as your head falls, it's a defense mechanism your brain has to prevent you from falling asleep standing up and then like something happening, or like you fall and hurt yourself. Okay? Cuz your body understands that where your head is. It gets that. So it has that built in. If your head would nod forward or back, not so much to the side actually. It's forward and back. Um it has a kick, and that's the inner ear doing that. And so this tall tale sign where he does this, and then you see his head dip and then go up. There it was. That's what happened. He literally was like this. And it's an intelligence briefing, right? And they're literally talking, they're talking. It's cabinet meeting. I'm sorry, maybe it was a cabinet meeting. Really important meeting. He should be listening to what they're saying, the problems, and he's falling asleep. And the point is, Congress is asking, wasn't it Marco Rubio? They're asking about this, and literally just not trying so hard not to trying so hard to avoid it. That's how they know, because literally he's like this while the dude's talking, and then you just literally see this. Literally, I swear to God, that's literally what the dude did. That is literally what Trump did. He blatantly was caught on camera springing awake. Now, it wasn't like a real like animated reaction or anything, because he's not full of energy. The guy is old as shit. So when he springs awake, that's about it. That's all you see. So like him springing awake was just, and then you see him lift himself up a little bit, realize where he is, and just fall asleep right away. It's that blatant reaction where he sprung up for a second and realized he did it and looked around to make sure nobody was looking. It was that. It was the tall tale sign of him just waking up. Any doctor, I'm not even a doctor, and I can look at that with basic medical education and say, yep, that's the tall tale sign. Even I fell asleep in class and would spring awake when my head would go down a little bit. I'll admit to that. That's the point. That's when you wake up. And then I gotta be like, oh shit, how long was I? Oh damn, we're on. Oh damn, what page am I on? Shit. Okay. And I mean, like, obviously, we can talk about that, but like, obviously, that's a different subject to talk about. We're not talking about that. We're just talking about the fact that falling asleep, and definitively, that's the tall tale sign of falling asleep. All right. I'm getting out of here, guys. We're getting out of here. We're ending the stream. But just remember, we have immigration laws and policies, and remember, there are ways of doing it. So there's a reason why everybody's freaking out, okay? Obviously, there's a reason. They're not just freaking out. People don't do that. There has to be a reason. They really don't. They really don't. Not in mass quantity. Really, not so much. And so, like, the point is where Trump sits here and he's trying to rile everybody up with misinformation. The point is, if he makes it hard for you to find out the information, it'll seem like you're riled up over nothing. It'll seem like that. But he's just confusing his base. He's not confusing you. You already know. Man, it's still drifting. Like this thing, it is really we are really seeing this happen, aren't we? Isn't this insane? It is really drifting. What is doing that? I'm not doing that. Hold on, I just want to see something. No, I'm not. It's not nothing I'm doing. And guys, when I do that, when I like hit, I'm hitting. It's calculated. Okay, I'm not gonna break anything. I'm taking my. It's a hammer fist. This is a strike in martial arts. I'm just doing a hammer fist, but I'm doing it lightly. That's how absurd a hammer fist is. That's what you got to realize about that. So if anything, that's a testament to a hammer fist. I'm hitting just a flat object so that it's like dispersed. So it's if anything, it's more vibration and more dramatic than anything. That's why, like, when I do this, I use the palm. So it's more, if I do it with my hammer fist here, it's going to be dead and you're not going to hear anything. It's going to sound like a dead. But if it's okay. It's just dramatic. All right. I'm not breaking anything. That desk that I had where the drawer fell, that thing was the cheapest piece of shit that I bought forever ago at Walmart for like $25. And when at the start, the thing was a piece of shit. Okay, so like literally, it shouldn't be a surprise that particle board and stuff can fall apart if years goes by, you move it around, and okay. So just realize that a lot of that is literally to show you the reaction of what will happen on here as I give you this very dramatic response and stuff like that. They're really promoting it. And then you see the triple digits, right? You actually see the hundreds and stuff. Yeah, then you do. It's still, I'm watching it now. Like, I was actually paying attention there. That's fascinating. Just drifting. There's nothing about my setup. Like my monitor doesn't have an automatic, like what would, you know what I'm saying? That's fascinating. Interesting. Yeah. Now, again, that can be done a little bit with I shouldn't theorize, because that's what I'm doing. I'd say this can be done with you realize when I say that, I should be interjecting this, but when I say that, realize what I'm saying is theoretically, okay? Because I think like a scientist, so theoretically, all right? And maybe I'll start putting that at the beginning of stuff, but that's what I'm saying with that. Theoretically, this is possible because we know all this shit. So, like, that's why I can say what I say about a lot of stuff with computers. Because we know all this shit, we know all this and this and this and this. So I'm just putting that all together and just going, well, this is what's happening. It's obvious. But technically, it's theoretically. But how many times are you going to ignore a thing that's obviously happening, Where I go to great lengths to kind of do this thing to prove it, you know, and then it proves it. How many times is that gonna happen, you know? So anyway, I'm gonna get off the stream. Thanks for watching. Getting out of here. I appreciate it, guys. I do not want to reject super chats. I don't want to reject anything from you guys. Just can't. I can't go into the behind the scenes too much with the legal shit. Can't do it. So, I would love to tell you about that, but I shouldn't. So, it's just the luck of the draw with certain things. Certain things, because it's not really, it's not. Certain things at various times have different legal stances. So, like, while some things can be revealed, there's just going to be plenty of stuff that I can't say about, like, personal things and various other stuff that has to do with, like, legal stuff with me or the channel or whatever I'm talking about, because it has certain implications. Obviously, you don't, you know, you do what you can to protect what you're, you know, what you're trying to do. So if you say certain things beforehand, before things are done with and stuff, it can have implications and it can cause problems. Okay, so I guess I'm trying to say that the best general way that I can without saying very specific things. So just realize that at times it may seem like I'm being very cryptic. There's a reason. Yeah, I can't. There's a reason. If I'm being cryptic, probably means that I expect somebody to screw up the, you know what I mean, the thing. So, you know, I've dealt with some sort of scam where this was blatantly sabotaged before, and so I'm being blatantly cryptic. So, just throwing that out there. All right, officially going. I appreciate everybody watching, the support. And then again, if you're just trying to super chat and you don't know about the thing that I said where I said no super chats, I'm sorry if you got blocked and you can no longer super chat anymore. The only thing I'll say is if at some point that's a function we can do, you know, I will let you know, but the best thing to do would be to again use, if you have an alt, just, you know, you can still be on the channel and say stuff on your alt and stuff like that, but the stopping you from super chatting is stopping you, I promise, from wasting your money and throwing it in the trash can. Okay, so if you're just trying to give somebody a tip and thank them, and I appreciate it, I really, really, really do. But I it's not going to me. And, you know, you're clearly sending that on my channel for that to tip me, for the super chat to go to me, and I can't, in, you know, good honest faith, not tell you, you know, when it's blatantly just gonna be you know, and it doesn't look good. It doesn't help me to do that. You know, people don't want to hear, don't super chat, don't super chat, super chat. They don't want to hear that, you know? So it doesn't help me to do that. I'm just trying to be honest with you. That's getting thrown away. I'm not trying to be a certain way. It's just yet another thing YouTube fucking broke. It's nobody's more frustrated than that about that than me. Trust me. So, if you think you're mad, oh, you're not the one doing all of this for the shit to never work. So, I appreciate it. It really has nothing to do with not. I really want to accept that. I cannot in good faith not tell you about that. I gotta tell you. Gotta. I will tell you the truth if that's messed up. So, it is. So please don't super chat. You're not. That will never go to me. For now. And I don't know if we'll ever have it, but hopefully. And also I'll save that for later. We'll save it for later. We got a lot going on here. Let me just I had a little note here. It was something that I sort of kind of there's so many things going on. All right, so at some point, some testing that I did with this whole thing, I made a note here to tell you guys that and again, I can't tell you what it is that told me this. I wish I could, or it goes away. Microsoft is blatantly attacking anybody that is sitting here talking on stream or in a video about any bugs with Microsoft, anything. They are attacking them so that they don't have to deal with it. And then again, it's just looks like they don't know what they're doing, so they attack him. Oh, you didn't know what he's doing. That's why he's having bugs. And then they can endlessly perpetuate that people just don't know what they're doing. And then slowly retire support for an entire line of like RAM or video cards or hard drives or something where they didn't want to put the money and development into paying people to continue to provide coding support for this line of hardware. So they just did that. And that's been going on pretty much my whole life. I told you guys, like, Microsoft used to do this way back where, like, you'd buy a hard drive. Even the old spinning, physical hard drives where you have something spinning in there. It's not solid state. You would buy the drive, you get a 40 gig drive, you have access to 32 of it. It's not 40, it's 32. Because Microsoft is so fucking trash that the bigger the hard drive, the more space the operating system needs to secure. Why? That doesn't make any sense to me, actually, from a coding standpoint. If anything, it would make sense to be the opposite. And you are taking more knowing that. Convincing everybody it's the opposite. Because that's what makes sense to me as far as the math is concerned with that stuff. The more space you have, the more space the operating system has to work with. Why the fuck would it... What? No! Then your framework isn't doing your partitions and your paging files right. It's literally that simple. You literally need more of them then. Because you need more of these things to dictate what the thing is doing. And you just got one really giant one. Sort of like the problem with FAT32. And then they came out with NTFS. And it still sucks. Yeah. Why can't I just say this stuff? Well, because Microsoft's been doing it since forever. And then people in the tech sector just double down and do the same stupid shit they always do. Like, the problem is there are never enough people that are into hardware that also know the same amount about software that know about hardware. And likewise with software, people that go into software and coding, they have trouble with learning about the hardware. There's very few, just like mechanics. So many mechanics that are shit with electronics, cannot fix a simple, basic electronic thing. But they'll find the most obscure damn problem that you would never find because, they got 8 million cars a day. Not 8 million, but you get what I'm saying. That have, enough of the similar problem where they start to figure out and narrow the search. They've done it enough. They just know what's doing it. Okay? It's that simple. So if a mechanic never wants to do anything with electronics, he's never going to learn it. He's just never going to choose to do it. And always trust the internet to tell him the truth. Even though the internet, half the videos are made by scammers on the other side of the world trying to trick you into wiring it wrong. Moron. Instantly those fucking little things stopped. Instantly those little fucking emojis stopped. Those emojis were going fucking nuts. And instantly they stopped. Gee. I wonder if my mechanic is sitting in here hitting the emoji button, fucking around with my streams every stream. I know 100%. I know that's what Russian media does. So again, the CIA is like sitting in here like pushing the fucking emoji button and then, like they wait for personal things like this. And it's all very manipulative. This is what you have to realize. So that's a 50-50 thing. May as well flip a coin. Like, you're going to go insane if you're that kind of conspiracy theorist. And I'm definitely not. Like, I'm only based on fact. I'm just throwing it out there. Stopped cold turkey right then. That's a pretty conclusive thing to say, that somebody's literally using that to fuck with you. That's all that is. That's all that tells me. It doesn't actually tell me that. It just tells me that that is a definitive, conclusive way of saying they are definitely trying to fuck with you and get you to believe whatever it is that they push in that emoji thing. And so this could be running interference. This could be running misinformation to you to get you to, again, remember how many times they hit that fucking button in the past? Conveniently looking guilty. So now there's a real good chance they're trying to do it to make it look like they're being a helperton, But it's just important to remember that like the only thing it tells you conclusively is that they are fucking with the stream and trying to manipulate. Again, because we've used that to determine certain things about the motive. So therefore, they are going to try and attempt to use that to manipulate where they would think you perceive that motive to be coming from. That's all. All right, I will actually get off the stream now. I know I said that 8 bajillion fucking times already, but here we go. See you later.